Welcome back, everybody, to the North Division Championship here at MLQ. Today I'm joined by nobody right now except the lovely production crew because Nick Jablonski is going to be head reffing this game as well. Add another hat to the repertoire that he currently possesses. So just game one is going to be solo. He's going to be right back into the booth for game 2, 3, and 4 for a minimum. Where we have a possibility of a total of 6 games today. The first series is going to be a clash between our top 2 seeds from each side of the division. It's going to be the Chicago Prowl versus the Toronto Raiders, and this is for the first seed coming out of the North Division. The second contest here on the day is going to be between our winner of the Cleveland and Detroit series, which Detroit took in a nail-biter. Going to Game 3, sudden death, and they're going to be playing they're going to be playing the Rochester Whiteout for that 4th seed coming out of the North Division. Minneapolis having locked up the 3rd seed already yesterday. So we're going to toss it to the field real quick, and we're going to get into this game. Chicago on the left in the blue, Toronto in the red on the right. For many coming into this, I think that the long-standing competition in the North Division was Minneapolis and Chicago, and then everybody else. This year, both of these teams are coming in at 6-0. Toronto sweeping their side of the division as well as the Chicago Prowl. And we're, with this North Division Championship, getting an idea of the relative strength of each side of the division. Detroit taking over Cleveland, and Minneapolis taking out the Whiteout would suggest that the Chicago side has been a lot stronger, but every team is individual and unique in their strength, and we get an opportunity here with this format to test everybody at every single level. So really awesome format, in my opinion, a really fun set of games no matter what is going on, and we are heading to Brooms Up right now. Brooms Up in Chicago is able to get to the dodgeballs and quad ball first. It's going to be Riley Andrews going from right to left, dodging the dodgeball and getting the pass to the inside. Beautiful shot there. Ali Manzella getting the first points on the board for Chicago. It's going to be 10-0. Had a great game against the Minneapolis Monarchs in the regular season bout, where Chicago went 3-0. Manzella really coming into her own as that off-ball chaser role, finding the open spots and getting to those shot opportunities. The defense from the Prowl are too strong, however, getting the fast break, going the other way this time with the cross pass. The other 2 players on the pitch, currently Emma Vasquez being the recipient of that goal. Everybody getting involved early. Caleb Williams pressing up with the dodgeball. Control in the hands of Chicago. Shot opportunity, no good. Given how tough it's been in the first 2 possessions for Toronto, I don't hate the shots. Just giving yourself an opportunity to perhaps get dodgeball control out of it as well should be the first opportunity, or the first look. And Riley Andrews finds the open hoop, no problem. Comfort in the lane, easy shot. If you're not going to respect it, he's going to take it. Line substitution here for Toronto. Number 55, Zach McDonald, picking up that lone dodgeball. Hoping to get some control. The trade is favorable for Toronto here. They're going to get control. No, Caleb Williams is going to say no. Ignoring the quad ball, and in this time it's paying off. Stepping outside of the playable area is going to result in a turnover, and Chicago's going to maintain dodgeball control here. Ali Manzella is going to be inbounding the ball. Toronto's got to get back on defense. Favorable trade. 1 dodgeball back, and it's McDonald's. Pump fake. Long pass over to the backside, forcing McDonald to come to the other side of the hoops. Pass to the front. Vasquez is going to have to quick pass. No. Williams gets pump fake. McDonald's is lethal with that pump fake as well. The good contact to bring down Vasquez. Dodge by Riley Andrews, and dodgeball control is going to go the way of Toronto right now. Potential turnover? No. I think they're going to make a call. It's going to be a diving player towards a ball. Bit of a dangerous play. Head ref Nick Jablonski issuing the card. Dangerous dive is the official call. 93 Matthew Bunn, the infracting player. Emma Vasquez starting with the quad ball towards the backside. She can come to the front if she likes, but number 11. Oh, wait. Excuse me, number 1, Grace Davey. Would be a dangerous player to walk towards there on the front side. Caleb Williams clearing the way. Davey and McDonald hanging down holding down the defense with some good pump fakes and finally a beat. It's going to be a turnover of the quad ball. Play after beat. There was no forward motion before beat. McDonald with a great move there. Williams tossing the dodgeball, but McDonald is able to regain control. That's going to give Toronto dodgeball control. They just need to wait to use it. Going to be a little time, though. Number 35, Rob Alley, does take the shot. No good, but they do have a dodgeball back on defense at the minimum. McDonald resumes as well. Riley Andrews, you feel it. He's seeing that open shot on the top hoop if it's there. Feels like Alley is the only player right now who can defend that effectively, but Manzella is able to get that as well. The shot goes through, but it's all a matter of whether the beat connected first. And Toronto's going to call a timeout. Score now 30-0. Gonna get a confirmation on whether the shot was good or not. Good or no? Good or no? No good. All right. Yes, shot was no good. Yeah, sure, we'll toss it to Cam. Why not? So to start, at the minimum, Chicago with a lightning quick start. I think most coaches in the league, there's always a big focus on the beginning of the game, because if you start with good momentum, it takes a lot of pressure off of you to make the adjustments later in the game. You've got a little more room to play with, got a little more of an opportunity to make those changes without, potentially doing something wrong and falling further behind. For the Chicago Prowl, going up 3-0 feels perfect. You get those early possessions. I think they're 3 of 5 now at this point. And they kept Toronto off the board, crucially. Right now, and we're going to toss it back to the field after the timeout, Toronto not able, honestly, to get into a serious scoring position. Everything coming from the outside, and it's really come down to the dodgeball control of Chicago. That's keeping everything in front of them. Danny Yakub and Caleb Williams unrelenting on the defensive side. Toronto, though, coming down the field. Yakub is going to clear out McDonald. Alley's in some trouble. Number 23, Isabel Kirby, launches a dodgeball and is unable to get anything. Kick back to the teammate. McDonald's going to have at least one back, but he's going to have to toss 2. Yakub goes for 1.5. Gets knocked out, but it's going to allow for DME plenty of opportunity to drive through the middle of the defense and get a clean shot on the small hoop. 40-0. Chicago Prowl with an incredible start. Full line substitution for Chicago. Number 34, Sinon Cater, receiving the quad ball, passing to the outside, driving or shooting towards those hoops. But I mean, this Prowl defense is everywhere. Digman flying down the field the other way, great contact, gets a pass off to Matt Melton. Matt Melton, clean catch and shoot. Doing it all on this Prowl team. And another turnover, Liam Zock able to get the ball carrier to go back across the keeper zone line. Best part, though, he's got help. Matt Brown is with him, too. One cut, one shot, all he needs. 50-0. If Toronto didn't use the timeout early, 60, excuse me, sorry, 60-0. This is a moment where you feel like 2 timeouts would have felt so good here, but here at MLQ, just 1 per regulation. Digman going the other way after the turnover. Pass from Matt Brown to Matt Melton. Spin move and scores. So comfortable. Every ball carrier or every quad ball player on this Chicago team feels like they have no fear with the ball in their hands. Staring down the barrel of couple dodgeballs, doesn't matter, through the defense. They find the open player if the defense commits too many resources, and Toronto really needs to find an answer here. They've had a couple moments where the dodgeball control was theirs, but overall it's been dominated by Chicago. If they're going to want to get back into this, it's got to start in the dodgeball game. There was a yellow card issue, did not get the call, but foul occurred before the goal. So no time will be served. Offensively, Toronto, they space well. Nobody's crowding the spaces. It's just anytime they get an avenue inside, it's been thwarted by the dodgeball players, and Digman finds another swat, running that lane so comfortably. Reading it the whole way, knowing that maybe Toronto, every time they swing it out to the side, they're looking towards the back of the hoops. And Melton driving it in, passing it off to Zazajinsky. Going to be a call here for swatting bludger on Liam Zock. Number 14, Derek Taylor on the side of Toronto, pleading their case, but I don't know if too much pleading is going to be needed here. Toronto's going to be up a player. $30 seconds in the box, or a score, given the blue card, Liam Zock. Dodgeball control in the hands of Chicago. Toronto. Big task ahead of them here. Chicago happy to stay super reserved, keeping those beaters close to the hoops. On that line, happy to play behind, but not too far in front. These lobbing passes just give so much time for the beaters to close in. Anything over the hoops, I mean, the height mismatch is in the favor of Chicago here. And if you're trying to pass the quad ball over the hoops, it just gives a team with dodgeball control so much freedom to chase it down themselves. All right, Digman driving through. Liam Zock is going to pick it up, but beat immediately. Derek Taylor, the one knocking out the opposing player. Drive opportunity with Taylor clearing the way to the backside. Pass is no good. Deflected there. Number 47, Matt Melton. With the defensive stop and getting a much-needed rest here. The full line switch. Toronto needs a stop here. stop the bleeding, get a score on the other end. And I'm happy with I'm happy to invite the risky play. Honestly, it's if you play reserved, you don't have enough time to make up this deficit. You gotta take some risks. Good deflection. Nice pat back to the teammates. Finds the open player. Shot. No good. They call no good. Really well executed play, finding the outside. Shot opportunity was there, perhaps just deflected out. Number 22, Brian Melchior. Now taking the shot, glancing off the middle of the hoop. Brown's going to come up with it. No, sorry, Andrews, excuse me. Brown is clearing the way, however. Andrews getting wrapped up. Ball arm pinned. Unable to get it out. Has to drop it just to keep the possession alive, but it appears maybe Toronto knocked it out. No. Okay. Just a wild hand in the direction of Toronto, but it's going to go the Raiders' way. And we get a full NBA kind of inbounding press. Something I don't think I've seen yet. Man, Danny Yakub just having a day. Keeping that ball behind the midline, I think very important there. It's going to buy a little time. No, chooses to go forward, stay in bounds, and does. Dodges a beat. Has an open person on the backside. Another one? No. Back over to the middle, doesn't save it before the midline. Oh, I think one more pass to the outside opens up so much. The Chicago beaters were on the close side here towards the camera, and if you get that quad ball to the backside, there's too many bodies to throw through to reliably beat. Maybe that was the opportunity. Going the other way, the fast break there. Missed beat's going to mean an easy goal for the Prow. 80-0 to start this game, and Chicago leaving no doubt in our minds early that they were the favorites coming in. Number 93, Matthew Bunn, passing it to the backside to 32, Christos Caldas. Frontside pass, perfect, but no! Denied by the top of the hoop. Bunn had a perfect position, cleanly catches it, and just comes down on the top of the hoop. I think the hoop coming in with a little defense of its own, perhaps. But while we give them a moment, I think we're going to toss it back to the booth here. Fast start for Chicago. The Raiders trying to establish anything offensively or defensively. And just a bit more coordination, I feel like, and they've got it done. They get that dodgeball control, and it feels like they're coming up with one instead of both. Perhaps to reserve that control and keep them from fast breaking back, and we're going to toss back to the pitch now as they get started. But if they're not putting up any points, you're not going to get back into this game. Offensively, Chicago back into that almost diamond formation. Andrews driving left to right, pass to the backside. Beater misses. Benjamin Peachy with a nice catch and spin move, but can't finish. Had Lauren Smith on the opposite side, perhaps the play there, but potential. Speaking of which, Lauren Smith with a nice physical defense, and finally, long pass over the top, but with a quick catch and an even quicker release, Corey Smithson gets the Toronto Raiders on the board. sideline almost a sigh of relief. Maybe a small spark of momentum for the Raiders. Jim Richard subbing in for the first time at beater alongside Caleb Williams. Richard pressuring high into this defense. The Raiders compressed all the way to their hoops. Cannot contain who else but Ali Manzella again. Had the first goal of the game, and this one almost looked identical. Perfect execution on the side of the prow. Getting into the defense, forcing them to compress as they did, and leaving a wide open Manzella on the outside. Mercick Ellis on the assist as well. Number 11, Alex Scherger, going to be the recipient of a yellow card, back contact before the goal. Has been very active in the beating game, but as we see there on the attempted tackle, nice dodge. Scherger might be in for another yellow card as well. Possession staying the way of the Raiders. And they get the drive, pass, great connection there, Melchior. That's what you want to see. Using your legs, getting through the defense, forcing the beaters to change position, and getting the ball to the other side through those open lanes you created. This Toronto team, their fundamentals are decent. They've got those hands. They're catching these passes. It's just either those passes are lobbed too high and they hang in the air too long and allowing those prow beaters to get in the way, or they're taking shots that seem a bit rushed without the help of the rest of their team. The last two possessions came off of solid drives initiated with either a pick at the top or somewhat of a fast break, getting around the outside towards the backside of the hoops, forcing the prow to shift. Number 11, Scherger, getting another yellow card for neck contact this time. Subbing out for an injury, number 89, Maku is serving the penalty. The goal did not count, I believe. And it's a quad ball turnover. Yep. 90-10. The score currently. Ooh, attempted beat there, but it's no good. Pass to the outside. Mercick Ellis is going to cleanly field it. Shot. Called no good. Just outside, traded beat. Williams able to recover and looking for the quad ball instead. Mercick Ellis now a second opportunity. Pass a bit too high for Vasquez on the opposite end. Michael Wanless able to recover the quad ball on the side of the Raiders, but they turn it over. Mercick Ellis this time does find Manzella. And escorting the quad ball through the hoop. 100-10 now. Toronto not able to keep possession. Vasquez is going to turtle middle of the pitch. And with dodgeball control is going to be able to keep it in the possession of the prow. Manzella again scoring. 4 goals for number 12. Neves Jayram assisting on both of those last 2 goals. Vasquez covering the pass, batting it back behind the keeper's own line, all but ensuring possession here. Jayram driving left to right, finds the open hoop, shot and score. The Prowl are relentless on the offensive side. Cole Collins checking in for the first time. Sinan Cater receiving the pass. Cater getting beat though. Going back the other way, Digman. I was going to say only 1 to beat. No, only 0 to beat there. Puts the ball through the hoop. 130-10. Prowl are suffocating all the way up to the keeper's own line. The second they step across, it's fair game. Digman looking for the swat, does not get it, but the pass is not handled cleanly. Melton covering, pushing, looking to get them out of bounds, and they do. Brittany Kahaney. Oh, sorry, Noella Starling. My apologies. Receiving the pass and unable to stay in bounds. The Raiders have 1 dodgeball near their hoops, but gonna have to tag up first. Maku receiving that dodgeball now, pressuring forward. Digman passing to the outside, to the backside of the hoops here. Andrews takes the shot. That's perfect offense there. Nothing necessarily over the hoops, forcing that lone beater to run the length of the field to cover each of those options. And as the defense shifts from right to left, that medium-sized hoop opens up and Andrews finds it. Scott Rousseau passing back to the top. Strong defense, Liam Zock. Zock is able to come away with it. Zock going down the field. Has 4 eligible players to work with and only needs 1. Cole Collins receives the close pass and easy shot. Noyes Oshra checking in at beater for the Prowl. 15 minutes just elapsing officially. Lobbed pass, and that's going to give them time. Raiders get a dodgeball out of it, but it's too little, too late. Digman picking up the quad ball, running down the field. Coming back for a substitution, I believe. And the Raiders have dodgeball control. Finally, this is an opportunity, I think. Brian Melchior on the left side. Corey Smithson going towards the backside of the hoops. Levi Medeiros passing. Getting it back, but it's right in front of a beater, beat before throw. It's going to be a continuation, probably just back to hoops and a turnover. It was a good idea, but passing too close to each other with that beater right next to them. Another stoppage of play here. Oh, another turnover. All right, we're back. 2 quad ball players to beat 1 beater. Gonna take the opportunity. Pass to the middle of the field. Right into the hands of the Prowl, and they smell blood. Right down the field, slips the tackle. Nice movement of the ball to get it to the offhand. Slipping the contact, then putting it through the hoop. Jerem putting on a clinic in the little amount of time they've been on the field. Oh, nice play there. McDonald winning the trade and getting one out there. Melchior looking for the drive, the shot from his knees. Getting perhaps a congratulatory hug from teammate Smithson. Melchior with a crazy shot through the contact. Good sportsmanship there. Very strong hit. Melchior, not an easy player to bring down, but through the contact has the tenacity to find the potential goal. .31 Riley Andrews picking up a card. I believe it back contact on the play. No time served, and I think the fist bump just saying like, I did everything I could. Traded beats. Gonna be tough. No, deflected there. Kirby unable to get the beat on Oshra. For Toronto, this dodgeball game has to resolve itself quick. Otherwise, they're going to be in a no dodgeball situation. Riley Andrews sees a couple goals in his eyes, even communicating a little bit to Benjamin Peachy on the backside. Melchior, after scoring that goal, collecting a yellow card of his own. It's going to give Peachy a lot of room there on the backside. Look for... Oh, Andrews doesn't have the ball, no. There's the drive, back to Peachy. Peachy. Back to the front side is going to be Smith. Getting the ball to Andrews. Trying to find the open player. McDonald getting the beat. The shot no good. Andrews isn't going to get another opportunity. And McDonald unable to keep control after an unfortunate bounce on the defensive end. Now Smith, plenty of opportunity on the backside of the hoop. Passing it off to Peachy. Peachy around to the front side this time. McDonald has his ball back, but it's caught. And Oshra creating the gap after McDonald throwing the dodgeball. Gives plenty of room to drive the lane and get the shot. Jarom getting it through the top hoop there. Without Melchior, it's a tough hoop to defend. You've only got two players who can truly guard the top half. Gonna get the call here. Couple more minutes until flag runner on pitch. Going to be McDonald, I believe, receiving the yellow card. And that would have to have been after the goal if they're serving time. Okay, no quad ball turnover, but the time's still being served. Smithson passing the ball forward. Plenty of room here. The shot, no good. Floater just outside of the medium-sized hoop. Recovered by Melchior. Melchior trying to find the open player, just a bit too tall. Sarah Dykstra unable to reel it in. Andrews taking the shot on the top hoop, not there. Saved before the out of bounds. Mercy Kellis is the one with the quad ball now. Passing to the outside. Smith makes a move. Nice wrap up. Nice contact. Melchior bringing Smith to the ground. Unable to finish the goal. Melchior with a crucial stop. Perfect timing on it, too. Christos Caldas checking in. Rob Ali, excuse me, as well. Rebecca Hodder on the left side. Pass to the back. Matt Brown covering that one. Passing towards the beater side, not always a great idea. Seeing exactly why there. 19 minutes. We've got one more in regulation. Chicago perhaps looking for one or two more goals. Create a set score insurmountable for the Raiders potentially. The way the defense has played thus far, it seems so. Oh my goodness. Beautiful defensive effort from Allie. Screaming from the front side of the hoops to cover that shot. Incredible read, awesome adjustment. Andrews hitting that shot maybe 8 minutes earlier. Allie recognizing that and closing in. Beautiful play. Get the final countdown of regulation. This could be the last possession. And Toronto's going to maintain dodgeball control, barring Caleb Williams catching one here. Oh, the kick back. Williams is going to get back control. Wow. Incredible play. Toronto turning over the quad ball, but the crucial aspect of that play was Caleb Williams kicking the free dodgeball back and getting control back in the hands of the Prowl right at the end of regulation. All right, back in the booth. Nick Jablonski head reffing. Once again, I'm solo for the first game, but not for 2, 3, 4, and potentially 5 and 6, depending on if these games go to 3. But today at the North Division Championship, as we've got the Chicago Prowl putting on a clinic against the fellow 1 seed on the other side of the North Division, the Toronto Raiders. Each series today, both of them, are going to be a best-of-3 series. If the Prowl win this one and the next one, they're going to go as the first seed of the North Division to MLQ Championships. In our second series of the day, which is going to be playing the second and the fourth slot at minimum, is the Detroit Innovators versus the Chicago Whiteout for that fourth spot. Oh, Rochester. Wait, did I say Chicago Whiteout? Thank you, production. Appreciate it. That's because we're still focused on this game here. The Prowl, absolutely unignorable in how efficient they've been on offense, how suffocating they've been on defense. In my mind, I think the Raiders had only maybe 3 legitimate opportunities for consistent goal scoring attempts. It was a couple drives, and then off of that card, a floating shot over one defender that nearly fell through as well. So the Raiders with only 20 points on the board thus far, maybe one more left on the board, but I can't say enough about the defense here from the Prowl. The beater game just absolutely dominant for Chicago. And if you're Toronto, you really do have to work together as your beater core to maintain possession or get it back on those offensive ends, and coordinating with the quad ball players to do so. Because if you're coming in disjointed, if the quad ball's a bit too far ahead of the beater play, you're not giving them an opportunity to wrest control back from the offense or from the defense as well. So a bit more coordination. I think Toronto coming in a bit cold Chicago coming in a bit hot. It's been a one-sided affair that I think will normalize as we head to potentially game 2, barring an incredible comeback from the Raiders. But we're going to go back to the pitch here. Seekers soon to be released. For the Raiders, Savannah Campbell starting at Seeker. And for the Prowl, Tim Kwan. Dodgeball control should be in the hands of the Prowl. And Chicago with control of the quad ball as well. Mercick Ellis going to be able to drive it in now, escorted by Williams. Vasquez on the right side. Vasquez receiving the quad ball. Nice move. Mercick Ellis to the backside, forcing a defensive shift, finding Manzella, and potential score. Honestly, the defense there was good. But the pass might have been better. Goal is no good, though. No call on the play. Crowd's getting into it. Oh, almost. The Prowl sneaking up on the Raiders, hoping to wolf a possession back. If you're the Raiders, I think you do have to trust the flag runner here. Get back into this game through the quad ball play and just bite the bullet on the fact that, yeah, the Prowl are going to have a lot of opportunities. Beat when convenient, but outside of that, no. And finally, that's what I'm talking about. The Prowl focusing on the flag running play. Ooh, pretty dangerous flag running, if I might say. He's got his back turned quite a bit, trusting his feet. Kwan going at it. The Raiders, no opportunities. Vasquez to the backside. Seen this before. Another pass. It's Manzella on the opposite end. Deja vu. Grant Himmelman on the board as well. Grabbing an assist, a beautiful pass. Vasquez, Himmelman, Manzella. Might spell the story during flag runner on pitch. Drive from Melchior to the backside. Pass a bit too high. Dykstra unable to get to it. Scherger able to kick a dodgeball back to the team. Manzella takes the shot, but likely is going to be hoop interference. Form tackle, driving the hips through that PVC pipe. Unfortunately, not an eligible player. So Manzella's going to restart with a quad ball and an opportunity to extend the arms through the hoop for her 6th goal, maybe? And Toronto does have 30 here. 190-30, set score 240. Would result in our 2nd highest scoring game of the North Division Championship. Gonna restart play. Oh, there is a beater. Grace Davey. Right next to Manzella. She's going to have to release this incredibly quick. Maybe even pass. And this could end up being, yes, it'll go through the hoop, but she's going to be beat before. And it's going to be considered a pass to Vasquez, who can put it back. Because I do believe Davey's going to be able to get the beach off before the release. Look at this. This is so good. MLQ going to the crowd saying, yeah, I know, I'm sorry. Woo! Yep, it is going to be considered a pass. Vasquez unable to get to it, though. I think looking for the goal outright, maybe not the best decision, considering the pass, given how close the beater was. The better option. The Raiders opting to beat towards the seeker now. Pass to the backside. Smithson possessing the quad ball. Back up to the top. Cater unable to reel it in. Going back the other way. Mercic Ellis too quick for the Raiders to keep up. Ooh, almost caught. Mercic Ellis getting the ball again. No defense here. I think Nick Jablonski going to issue a card for dislodging the hoop on an open goal. I think to prevent some delay of game. Emma Vasquez is going to have to don the green headband. DME going to the box with a blue card for 30 seconds. The wrong box, but there we go. Going to get some help from head coach Kennedy Murphy. Some positional. Ooh, blown a bit too early. Toronto. Honestly, they should get the ball right next to the hoop here. Yeah, no worries. Levi Medeiros going to get onto the board as well. I think flag runner ref anticipating that it was a good catch, but flag was dropped before. J-Rum's so close on a couple of these catches. Medeiros. Similar situation to Manzella. The only difference, no beater in her pocket. Or there was a beater in Manzella's case. J-Rum almost coming away again. This flag runner just running around. Getting PTSD from World Cup 6. Williams gets a beat. Yakub is going to be able to maintain control here. It's going to give Liam Zock an opportunity. The shot no good. Great deflection on the side of the Raiders. Medeiros coming away with the quad ball. But turtling down are the Raiders, awaiting the help of Kahaney, excuse me. Ooh, barely missing that beat there is Williams. And now Toronto with plenty of time. Could be a catch here. Passing the ball to the front side. Medeiros unable to get it. No, he is! Catching it on the shoulder, finding it again, and getting it through the hoop. Medeiros has been great. And there's a catch as well. Crystal's called us. Pop it off. Going to be hoarse after this one. Bellows in achievement there. Tossing it back to the flag runner. The catch is good. A round of applause from the sideline. A nice chest bump here. Something to look for. You feel like, you know, although it might not end up mattering in the game as far as the result, the the mental side is invaluable. 2 straight goals, a nice catch on the back end. Just what the doctor ordered. Unfortunately, though, this is not a wildlife expert, and the prowl injuries given over appear too severe to surmount. Just dodged on the beat. Riley Andrews gets a nice shot off on the small hoop. Substitutions coming in. Got to stay outside. Yakub clearing the way. Number 20, Wanless. Taking the shot towards the middle hoop. Swallowed up by the defense here. Peachy running down the field, getting the pass to Andrews. Andrews back to the middle to Zoc. Zoc taking the shot, no good. Andrews is able to recover it. Board person gets paid, but this time it's an assist. Great pass, the sideline loving this one as well. Number 3, Zazajinsky, her 2nd goal. Toronto on the offensive end, I think just getting this momentum, an opportunity to establish a rhythm here in game 1 and translate that into game 2. The physicality of the prowl paying off. Andrews getting a nice fade, but beat on the way back. McDonald covering the distance. Another shot. This one is good, though. Wanless. Nice 17-foot shot. I mean, I don't have the ruler out, but maybe looking at 5 meters, 4.5 for the international crowd, surely tuning in. Okay, McDonald showing off a little. It doesn't result in anything. No, the defense is good. Wanless going to recover, gets beat, but it stays the way of Toronto. McDonald, I don't know how much of an impact it had, but it sure looked cool. Results in a turnover. Results-based analysis, it's a good play. Alley trying to take the shot through traffic, take some contact, and I think because of the contact, it ends up sailing high. 2:30-95. The Prowl need one more goal. Digman coming in. Vasquez flanking him on the right side. Zazajinsky now to the right of Vasquez. Back to Digman. Dodgeball thrown. This time, opportunity made. Zazajinsky denied at the hoops. Wanless coming away with another turnover. Toronto, energy going. They're saying run. No dodgeballs. Get through. Defense too strong, though. Digman going the other way. This time it's Toronto having to scramble back. Now Digman taking an opportunity. Vasquez unable to cleanly field, but does get the bounce. Digman going to the ground. Oh, no, sorry, Peachy, excuse me, going to the ground there. Toronto's defense in this end game has been so much better. And their offense. It's not even close. I mean, they in just half the time equaled the points. And have in essence held par. Digman now. Shot good. Puts him away. Chicago Prowl taking game 1 here at the North Division Championships on day 2. 240-95. As they come together, they still have at least one more game to go. The Prowl taking game 1. Heavy favorites coming into the match, barring a Toronto team that just comes in with a crazy good punch. Regulation, pretty tough on the Raiders. couldn't find anything or couldn't get anything going, couldn't find any opportunities on the offensive end, resulting in an overextension that defensively left them high and dry. However, in the flag runner on pitch game, much more confident, much more clean. Going into that, you felt the momentum not quite shift, but at least breathe some life into these Raiders. They have a lot of work to do. It's a big deficit even still, despite the catch, but the catch feels great. If you can keep the game slow and close in regulation, potentially turning it on in the chaos of the frop, flag runner on pitch, then potentially you could see an avenue for an upset there. But it's going to take a monumental effort on the side of the Raiders. Cannot praise enough, though, the Prowl in their offensive efficiency, keeping every pass clean and on target. And then defensively, the beating has been so good. Starting off with Yakub and Williams doing so much in the game to suffocate the Raiders and forcing them to play uncomfortably for the first, 12 minutes of that game. So quite a bit to go. Now, however, we do have Rochester and Detroit going in our second game of the afternoon. This is for the final spot at the MLQ championships. Winner here moves on. Loser here goes home. Best of 3 series, and we've got more to come. We're going to toss it to a break, and we will be back in just a few moments. It's going to be maybe 10 minutes until the start of the game. We will see you soon.
Quadball is a sport that integrates aspects from rugby, basketball, and dodgeball to create a fast-paced, mixed-gender game that features 7 players per side. Okay, so quadball is played on a grass or turf field with 3 hoops of varying heights on each team's half. There's 4 balls in quadball, 1 quaffle, and 3 bludgers, and the players run with brooms between their legs and must complete all the play while on broom. If a player comes off broom at any point, they have to tag the center hoop on their team's half before resuming play. Alright, so there's a lot of different positions. The first 2 are chasers and keepers, known together as quaffle players. They use the quaffle, a slightly deflated volleyball, to try to score through their opponent's hoops. There are 3 chasers per team, and they wear a white headband, and there's 1 keeper per team, and they wear a green headband. The keeper is only different in they can't be interfered with in their team's keeper zone, which is an area around the hoops when they possess the quaffle. On offense, all 4 players move the quaffle by running and passing and shooting to attempt to score. A good goal can be scored from either side of the hoop, and it's worth 10 points. On defense, players can tackle each other, and we're talking full contact to prevent the other team from scoring. Beaters, distinguished by black headbands, use the bludgers, dodgeballs, in attempts to knock out the opposing team's players. Each team has 2 beaters at any given time. A player of any position that is hit by a bludger thrown by the opposing team's beaters must dismount their broom, drop the ball they possess, and tag in on the center hoop before they can rejoin play. Beaters help their quaffle players on offense to clear paths to score, as well as work to stop opposing teams from scoring. Okay, so seekers, the ones with the yellow headband, pursue the snitch runner in an attempt to grab that snitch tail from their shorts, kind of like flag football, in order to earn 35 points for their team. They don't enter the game until after the 20-minute timeout, and they leave the game immediately after a good catch has been recorded. The snitch runner is an impartial official whose sole purpose is to prevent the seekers from catching their snitch tail. They can grab, push, wrap, or run away from the seekers to stop them from catching the snitch. The snitch runner comes onto the field after the 20-minute timeout and stays until they are caught. Quad ball is played in 2 halves. The first consists of a timed 20 minutes, and the second ends only when the set score gets reached. During the first half, the quaffle players and the beaters work together to score goals and stop the other team from scoring goals. When the game clock hits 20 minutes, there's a 2-minute timeout, and that's when the seekers and the snitch runner get introduced. At the same time, they're going to determine the set score. It's determined by taking the total of the leading team's score and adding 60 points. The set score gets indicated on a scoreboard, which will be separate from the game score, and whichever team reaches the set score first, either through only quaffle points or with the addition of that snitch catch, win the game.
It wasn't, yeah. Oh, but it's all caps. There it is. Oh, nice. Yeah. All right, we'll go back there. Oh.
Quadball is a sport that integrates aspects from rugby, basketball, and dodgeball to create a fast-paced, mixed-gender game that features 7 players per side. Okay, so quadball is played on a grass or turf field with 3 hoops of varying heights on each team's half. There's 4 balls in quadball, 1 quaffle, and 3 bludgers, and the players run with brooms between their legs and must complete all the play while on broom. If a player comes off broom at any point, they have to tag the center hoop on their team's half before resuming play. Alright, so there's a lot of different positions. The first two are chasers and keepers, known together as quaffle players. They use the quaffle, a slightly deflated volleyball, to try to score through their opponent's hoop to attempt to score. A good goal can be scored from either side of the hoop, and it's worth 10 points. On defense, players can tackle each other, and we're talking full contact to prevent the other team from scoring. Beaters, distinguished by black headbands, use the bludgers, dodgeballs, in attempts to knock out the opposing team's players. Each team has 2 beaters at any given time. A player of any position that is hit by a bludger thrown by the opposing team's beaters must dismount their broom, drop the ball they possess, and tag in on the center hoop before they can rejoin play. Beaters help their quaffle players on offense to clear paths to score, as well as work to stop opposing teams from scoring. Okay, so seekers, the ones with the yellow headband, pursue the snitch runner in an attempt to grab that snitch tail from their shorts, kind of like flag football, in order to earn 35 points for their team. They don't enter the game until after the 20-minute timeout, and they leave the game immediately after a good catch has been recorded. The snitch runner is an impartial official whose sole purpose is to prevent the seekers from catching their snitch tail. They can grab, push, wrap, or run away from the seekers to stop them from catching the snitch. The snitch runner comes onto the field after the 20-minute timeout and stays until they are caught. Quadball is played in 2 halves. The first consists of a timed 20 minutes, and the second ends only when the set score gets reached. During the first half...
Welcome back. We gave you a little sneak peek, a little preview into the booth there during the break, but no surprise, we got Nick Jablonski back. I did not lie, I promise. The solo cast is done. Maybe.
We're hoping. We'll see.
Hopefully,
yeah.
hopefully. I'm sure they're hoping too, because it's tough to make jokes with myself, and then I laugh at me, and then everybody's like, it's just pity, and it's just pity. And that I feel it. I understand. No longer. So we get a incredible game too. Honestly, so yesterday we were talking about it. Mm-hmm. The series, the way they lined up, Minneapolis versus Rochester. We favored Minneapolis there. Minneapolis takes care of business, and Rochester drops to this elimination game today. Detroit facing Cleveland, we were really excited about. We thought it could be a close series. It was the closest series potentially that we've seen in a long time, regardless of whether it was regular season or post. So getting an opportunity to see this Detroit team now coming out of a close series against a Rochester team that previously was favored now just feels completely up in the air.
Yeah, I mean, strategic changes back and forth really define that Cleveland-Detroit series. Really, the shooting of Jack Levy and Kagan Madeline really helped that Detroit team push over the top there. This Rochester team, though, definitely showed some life in Game 2 of Minneapolis series.
Yeah.
And I'm super excited to see what they bring out today. They got a good night's rest.
Yep.
They were done earlier in the day.
Yep.
They seemed to find something with that Ad Ojo behind the hoops alley-oop situation. And Detroit, while being able to put out a tall lineup, not necessarily still not the tallest team in the league. And I'm curious to see if Rochester uses that backside a little bit more.
Yeah, it worked. Like you said, Game 2, they get almost completely shut out in Game 1, and then Game 2 come back and held it even at 80-80 late in regulation against Minneapolis after Minneapolis put up 250 without a catch on them. So great adjustments from both of these teams. Cannot credit the coaching staff enough after that. And as we get lineups out there, we're going to toss it to the field. 4 brooms up, but we have a few more things to go over here. Not even just the personnel on the side of either of these teams, but, I mean, the coaching staffs that we talked about before. Given the nature of a 3-game series, the adjustments that we see game to game, even regulation to post-game or end game, has been monumental. So I'm looking for these teams to start out maybe a little slower and try to figure each other out. Leaning on those coaching staffs to do so, and we get brooms up colliding at mid-pitch.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see the same fast break transition offense we sort of saw from Chicago and the early start of Minneapolis in this series.
Yeah.
I think we're going to see a chess match back and forth. And if anyone knows me, that's my favorite kind of quad ball.
We get the how about the London to start this one? And it's Marklin getting the pass from outside in, looking for the shot, no good. Pushing the F3 pawn, everybody knows.
If I'm Detroit, even though I think I play that chess match better, I would look to see if we can push these Rochester players to be fighting by the end of the day for breath.
And here we go. Recipe for success that we were talking about. Ojo to the backside, but it's number 1 Hopton forgetting that Ojo got knocked out by the beater that he's picking up the quad ball next to, turns his back and gets beat the same way.
Yeah, and Ojo in the back, we talked about his recipe for success, but you want him catching the ball while cutting to the hoops.
Yeah.
Not necessarily in that backspace, not necessarily known as the strongest distributor, but a great threat around the hoops.
Madeline lobbing past to Marklin on the backside, two-handed catch and release. Gets the rebound, though. This is a Marklin specialty. Getting it outside now. Back to Madeline, passing to, I think, fellow beater, thinking they were a quad ball player. Now, Marklin with the shot. Incredible.
Yeah.
Such a fast release, and the ball just flies through that middle hoop.
We've been talking about this weekend players we don't necessarily see as shooters coming out here and shooting the ball well, right? Marklin just proving us right there that anyone can shoot. Yesterday,
Just so strong on what we've named the boards, picking up those rebounds in space. In 50-50 balls for Marklin are more 80-20 balls on the ground there. So sure-handed and very, very comfortable in that cramped space. Rochester on the other side, trying to fight through the physical contact of Detroit. We didn't see Detroit historically has been one of the more physical teams in the North. And yesterday it was a bit more of a finesse game, I would argue. They were starting off with a bunch of passing on the offensive end and a lot more shooting towards the end of the game. And defensively, it's been more about spacing rather than that physical contact.
Yeah, I mean, when you have a beater pair like Shu and Brodor, who we did nothing but sing praises about yesterday, you want to be playing, you want to be forcing the ball into the air to allow them to spread out and do what they do best.
Number 21, Cody Kiefer, in scoring position, finishes the job. 10-10.
Yeah, I mean, and we're seeing a change here. We're seeing Brooke Smiley come in with David Banis.
Yep.
We talked about it. My inherent bias, Brooke, a longtime player for the Tufts program that I coach alongside Greg Bento, but an absolute phenom during her college days. A little bit of quiet time for Bosny, but still phenomenal player at all levels.
With dodgeball control, Detroit comfortable now against no dodgeballs. Needs to be recognized. You have only a small amount of time. Now the defense gets back in and settled. Ashley Dolan with that dodgeball in hand, knocking out Banis. It's going to create an opportunity. Now they can press a little bit, but there's a small chance here. Oh my goodness, incredible play. Oh, it's Madeline Fordham. Thank you. Sorry.
Yeah, and J.D. Hopton here, formerly of the Detroit system, coming over to Rochester. A lot of players changing teams in this North Division this year.
Yeah, you honestly, you feel a bit of rivalry as well. You hear a lot of
right played.
Yeah.
You saw that Madeline was the key offensive factor.
Absolutely. Ooh, Kiefer dodging the beat. Spin move. Got to beat one more. Does so. Rips the ball through that hoop. This time the hoop contact is not a question. It is all about the score.
Yeah, and was that ever in doubt, right? We talked about Cody Kiefer, a force downhill to be reckoned with. Some of the better tacklers in this league can deal with him, but other than that, it's a real difficult task for sure.
Kind of ginger, though, on that right knee, calling for a sub next run. Hope it's just a walk-it-off scenario. Smyers driving in from right side, passing over to the middle. Getting the ball to the mid side, and it's a beautiful pass to Love on the back end.
Yeah, and that was all set up by the beaters on the weak side there, tapping out chasers and then taking the engaged Brooke Smiley, an engaged specialist in there, catching Fordham's ball and walking away with it, allowed that open space for Love to cut into.
Yeah, Smyers and Deering, the offense kind of working through those two initially here with this Detroit lineup. Ban getting the deflection now. Deering is going to come up with a quad ball. Love is going to start the possession as Deering gets a well-deserved rest.
Yeah, I think that this situationally, we're starting to see Rochester slow it down just a tiny bit. There's a little bit less off-ball cutting there. If they dig deep and start going that off-ball cutting, I think we're going to see more success from them.
Yeah, definitely playing coordinated with the beaters. Banis unable to connect, though, on the beat, and Smyers unable to bring in the quad ball there. It's going to be dodgeball possession over to Rochester. It's going to be quad ball possession over to Rochester, too. Big break.
This is the first time they've had dodgeball control in a long time. Yesterday, we saw them work very efficiently with it in Game 2 against Minneapolis.
Yeah, and that was Palpour, who has the quad ball, playing a lot of those beater minutes as well.
And if they can find a way to get Palpour back into his natural state as a quad ball player, it bodes very, very well for this Rochester team.
Pump fake, makes the move, going from left to right. The shot no good, but it is rebounded extremely well. Going to get a call, perhaps. Ashley Wilson's going to be the scorer on that play. Such a mismatch Wilson is on the backside of the hoops. If you ever have an opportunity to get an oop there, Wilson always looking to convert those chances.
Yeah, and Palpour did the right thing there, absolutely, by driving and forcing commitment from the Detroit zone.
Textbook play. That's what every ball carrier should look to do. If they commit more resources to you than you have possession of, then you're winning that play. Somebody's open somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, neither of us are very good at math, but quadball is often a game of math, right?
It is.
It's about making sure you have more resources than the other team in the spots you want.
It's all right. I got my TI-89 out here. I am looking to solve some problems right now.
Yeah, and speaking of some problems right now, this Rochester team with control is able to play strong defense, though they do lose it there.
Detroit, this time, this beater pair is something this is the first time we've seen it thus far. Brodeur usually playing out there with Shu, is now beater partner of Swanson. And Swanson able to dodge the beat, knocking down one of the scoring opportunities as well, but Rochester doesn't need all of them. Palpour scoring on that medium-sized hoop, and I think they're going to make the call that Swanson knocking over that middle hoop maybe
yeah, I'm curious to see what happens here. I don't necessarily know what they're discussing, but in this scenario, good on Palpour to continue to score, even with, honestly, one of the more valuable assets you have against a zone being taken out of the play.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Swanson, I'm just tagging up. It's just a very strong tag. Oh, no, illegal swat. I missed it on Stonish, number 5.
Yeah, so did I. I mean, they happen so quickly. It's so tough to call. Good on our ARs for catching that one right there, right? It's really a bang-bang play.
Yeah.
And
it's just, I mean, it's just a matter. It did happen before the goal. That's going to negate it.
Mm-hmm. And that would have been a big point for Rochester. We're going to confirm here, but we believe that was to go up 2.
All right, going the other way now. Butler bringing up the quad ball. Smyers on the right side, and she's open. Good catch, good release. Smyers, perfect place. Seeing it the whole way. Rochester had their backs turned, and Smyers capitalizes.
Yeah, transition.
All right, Palpour at the top of the key, looking to get dodgeball control back. Love reading that pass beautifully. Out of this yesterday, I think Love doing more on the offensive end, but that was a veteran move there.
Yeah, we're starting to see from both of these teams a little bit more willingness to play off of those hoops. We talked about yesterday in that Cleveland series, Cleveland catching the ball around the hoops and being able to finish. If you're able to contest those balls before they get to the people at hoops, you're just gonna have an easier time playing defense, and nothing easier than tipping a ball out of the air and just
Nick,
walking
you
over
are
and picking it up.
so good. I love it. And Levy, the second he steps onto the pitch, it's another shot, another goal. Just so confident. Was reserved, did not play that first game against Cleveland whenever they lost at sudden death. This time in games 2 and 3 against Cleveland, continuing that momentum against Rochester game 1.
Yeah, and Detroit saying to Rochester, you're going to play a hoop zone against us, we'll do you one better, and they're playing it right back, this time with a front-back beater set, sort of hoping to do just that.
Clipped Wilson. I mean, maybe a tighter ponytail and that beat goes wide.
Yeah, a tough look. I mean, when you're that tall, right, too,
you got a long way to go to dodge.
Yeah, you can't duck quite as low. with the advantages you have up top, the disadvantages you have down low, for sure.
All right, almost to the halfway point of regulation.
Levy with that one goal and then immediately subbing out.
Right, yeah. Saving some of those legs as well.
Yeah.
Offensively, not able to get it done. Rochester coming away with possession and both dodgeballs here. Just one on the defense, hands of Brodeur. Now bringing up 2 dodgeballs. So much room going to be afforded here. Palpour with the ball. On the left side, we've got Kiefer back into the game. Palpour inside, outside, nice block. Does not see the second one coming. Rochester's going to have to get back. Ooh, barely missing though. Number 19 on the side of Detroit, Swanson. Dodgeball's back. Detroit's got to slow it down a little bit. Back to the front side of the pitch. Madeline reeling that one in. Margulis on the back. Not a pass whenever it's coming out of Madeline's hands.
Yeah, when are these teams going to recognize that Madeline, as soon as he starts running down the center there, you know a shot's coming at this point, right?
To be fair, it's always been middle hoop, and it's always been the small hoop on the left side. That right side really hasn't been touched a lot. And this, I mean, it's a read here that Rochester can adjust to, but I mean, he's so deadly.
Yeah, it's been a key factor for this Detroit team's run through this North Division Championship so
my
far.
Goodness, Kiefer's got to go. That shot went through. He was well beat before, but beating the press with that kind of pass is exactly what you have to do after you get pressed that hard. And the delivery, as fast as that was, a beautiful beat from the middle of the pitch. Detroit saves the possession.
Yeah, I mean, this is a big – if you're Detroit, this is a big possession right now. The chance to go up 3, a position you only found yourself in Game 2 of that Cleveland series. It affords you a lot of space.
Oh, my goodness. Are you kidding me? Deering, a bit of a windmill to get past the contact and the shot on the top hoop. I didn't see the shot coming. It was such a quick release out of that move, and neither did Rochester. They weren't ready for that.
I don't know if Deering saw that shot coming either, right? I think at some point you just got to chuck it up and hope it goes in, and definitely answered there.
Hopton on the right side, Kiefer driving in. Oh my goodness, Shu again, coming out of nowhere from the middle of the pitch. It's a Detroit classic. Shu pressing up into the middle, kind of sneaking and allowing the offense to forget about him. Going the other way, escorting Madeline. The shot, no good through the contact. Hopton, I think, going to get credit for that save. Ooh, but coming up, Ginger.
No, a tough hit by Hopton there definitely affected the Madeline shot for sure.
It's going to be a timeout for Rochester as well. All right.
So, Reed.
Okay.
Rochester's down 3. They called a timeout. What do you think they're saying in the huddle right now?
I mean, there's a reason that they made such a big stride from Game 1 to Game 2 in Minneapolis yesterday. It's because they know way more than I do. But I will do my best shot and say that the coordination between Detroit has been important. Every time they're going up on offense is with their beaters, whether they've got 1 or 2, and they have to they've got to communicate with each other to be more comfortable on the defensive end, how to exploit that. And then offensively, we've seen 3 times now Ryan Shu pressing up to the middle of the field, forcing the number, and then them literally kind of forgetting about him as they cross mid-pitch. Just reminding themselves, like, personnel on Detroit play a particular way. You have to adjust your gameplay whenever they're putting out people like Ryan Shu and Brodeur in different lineups than we saw yesterday.
Yeah, I think that this is a nice twist from Detroit here. I think they played Shu and Brodeur a long time in that Game 3. Yeah. I think they maybe had a 2-minute shift. And that Brodeur-Shu lineup breakup, while they, again, we talked about, right, they're on thick steel cable between the two of them.
Yeah,
you're not 100%. Breaking that connection. But evening it out a little bit here and making the decision tree a little bit simpler.
Shu guarding that free dodgeball. You hear Detroit calling out the press there. Markland going up high, and there's Shu right at middle of the pitch, and there's another opportunity. You're going up without help from your beaters.
Yeah, I think you really want to see. If I'm Rochester, I'm sending Ojo deep behind hoops and just hucking it up and letting cool things happen.
Honestly, they're going to play that high. Denied! Palpour, no goaltend there. Does cleanly get the hand between the ball and the hoops.
Front side of the hoops, great contest by Palpour there.
And honestly, it was Margolis doing exactly what they needed to do. It was a clean catch. It was a quick release. Both putting out a great effort and just falling the way of Rochester this time.
Yeah, good offense beats good defense 90% of the time, but that 10% of the time right there, that's great defense by Palpour.
Yeah. We are kind of getting a little bit of what we were asking for. Ojo going down the field first.
Yeah.
And look at this high press here. Shu and Madeline both at mid-pitch with Kiefer.
Yeah, this is super interesting, the pseudo-hybrid zone press situation here.
But they're begging Rochester to beat it because they don't have to change unless it's working, unless it stops working.
Exactly, yeah, for sure. No, if Rochester can't beat it, then why bother? Yeah.
Easiest coaching you got to do all day.
Just
run it back.
You put that hand in the air and you just draw some circles and tell them, do it again. My favorite kind of coaching.
Okay. We got a coordinated beater play now from the Rochester side as they're getting control back. It's Madeline on the other end against no dodgeballs. All 3 dodgeballs on the ground right now. And during this time, getting a substitution. Rochester unable to get control. Gilkowski subbing in. Kiefer driving right to left. Shu taking the shot, taking the beat there. And it's great defense on the side of Butler, bringing down the tough to bring down Kiefer. at this point after the headband change. Shot's no good. Detroit's going to come away with this ball. Butler, so physical for this Detroit team. Once again, didn't have to do a lot yesterday in the way of physicality. Detroit showing a bit different of a look here. The results, however, still the same, and I would argue maybe even better.
Yeah, if you're able to take away what Rochester does best, which is play around those hoops, you're doing everything you need to do at this point.
All right, Butler looking through Kiefer's. Not able to get the response that Butler gave Kiefer.
Jack
we know. I don't even have to call it. The pass is made. The shot, we move on. Levy's got it through.
I like this little sort of dribble handoff they're doing too, right?
Yeah.
They'll let someone take the contact, and then Levy is just right there to pick up the ball in his comfort spot and take the shot.
Yeah, if you're Rochester, though, you got to pin that shot arm, and Kiefer driving through that physicality, paying off there, getting into the hoop and getting the shot down. But you're right, it's through that contact, forcing the defense to compress in that way, and Levy's, even on the sides, still finding open opportunities.
Yeah, it's a great offensive idea right here, and I think it's a really smart one. And if I'm the coach, I'm saying run it again.
This time without dodgeball control. Doesn't matter. Levy does not find the shot. No, switches arms, gets the pass off. Are you kidding me?
As Teddy Costa once said, I want to go higher, right? We're putting that ball in the air. We're letting our players like Love go up there, get it, and trusting them to come down and score the goal.
Levy, every time the ball leaves his hands, it's a shot. The one time it's not, Nick Love understanding exactly where that's going to end up. Gorgeous alley-oop, maybe one of the better ones we've seen all weekend.
Yeah, and if you're gonna be looking at Levy, which Rochester should be doing at this point, other players are gonna have to get open to make that option easier. It's just a question of who can read it first.
Dodgeball control now in the hands of Detroit. Walking up slowly, no rush here. 5-goal lead for Detroit. Ball going out to the right side. Gwen Pratt. They've got the ball back to the middle of the pitch. Shot up, no good. Wilson guarding that one. Ball towards the middle of the pitch. Love getting up into the air, but denied by Kiefer.
Yeah, and just great hands up all the time there for Rochester. That's what needs to happen. Levy was looking for the shot every time, not able to find it.
All right. Both teams in no rush. Back to the front. Little shot opportunity. It's going to be Gal picking that one up. Kiefer with the ball. Dodges. One more to beat, though. Kiefer, kind of the stiff arm shot opportunity. We see anybody with good broom control, they don't need either hand on it. Get some separation from the defender. Get that ball over the top.
Yeah, a little bit of a blast from the past there, right?
Yeah, for sure.
That's definitely a Cup 7, Cup 8 kind of strategy right there. Reed.
Just you're literally walking in with the stiff arm, toss it over. Yeah,
absolutely. I mean, we talked about this earlier, right? We're kind of in a cyclical state right now, and sort of little things like that just keep coming back.
Okay, no good. All right, but this time, I mean, the rebound picked up by Love, back to Madeline. Madeline shoves it through.
We talked about it, right? Board person gets paid there. You gotta get the rebounds right. Having a second and third opportunity against these zones is so valuable.
And with how many second chance opportunities Detroit offers themselves, you have to be curious about the South issue. The ball falls out the outside. From my angle, it looked like it dropped through, but in retrospect, yeah, it spins just barely around. Oh, heartbreaking there. Hopton doing a great job at finding the open spot, slipping the tackle from Madeline. Ah, man, yeah, I got to sit down.
Yeah, I mean, and the other thing that was so fascinating there, it'll definitely be on camera, is Smiley and Shu.
Yeah.
Without control,
yeah,
simultaneously press the one beater of Rochester to make a play on the ball, get control off of that, and then immediately turned around and played defense there, trusting their chasers to make the one stop they needed to make, and buying themselves 5 seconds for a great control play, heading into flag runner on pitch. We're not quite there yet.
Yeah,
this is a Detroit timeout. They do have about 30 seconds, but having we saw how dominant they were around the flag runner. While their seekers weren't quite able to get it done, they were able to buy them infinite amounts of time, both Brodeur and Shu. And then if Brooke Smiley is anything, she's a flag runner on pitch specialist.
Yeah, for sure.
So good around that. So giving them control to start, very, very valuable.
It's something we saw a lot yesterday, too, a lot of trust in each other. Given the flag runner on pitch strategy that Detroit brought out yesterday, they did not care about the quad ball play, and it might really be that trust. It's just, hey, we know you guys got it locked down. We're gonna take care of business over here and ensure that there is no volatility in this game.
Yeah, and listen, you're up 6 right now.
Yeah.
You trade goals every day, you win.
Yep. Still a bit more to go in regulation. Once we hit regulation, set score will be 60 points higher than the highest scoring team currently, or at the time.
Yep. And I'm going to go out on a limb here and say with it being 1930-ish, that's going to be Detroit?
Yeah, okay. I was thinking the same thing. I just wasn't confident enough to say it.
Yeah.
Madeline getting the block there on the beat, kind of directing traffic here. And if we see the shot, I'm going to credit it to Hart. This time, recipient Deering on the backside.
Yeah, and we saw Deering throw up a bit of a prayer earlier, right?
Yep.
That was no prayer. That was getting up in the back there, doing exactly what we wanted to see Rochester do to Detroit. Detroit said, we'll do you one better, get it right back.
Beautiful stuff. This is, I mean, we're heading back to the
That's the advantage of a 30-second timeout. It's a minute for us to sit down. Now we got 2 more right here.
Oh,
what can you ask for?
Yeah, and I mean, it's beautiful.
That cloud cover feels real nice.
Yeah.
And to be out there, I was roughing her. The field is still in phenomenal condition. Really, it's a company minute. Really thankful to Newton Park for having us out here today.
Yeah, South Bend, Indiana. You get 3 good months out of the year. You found a good one.
Yeah.
Now, Newton Park really showing out in a big way for quad ball this weekend. So, Detroit heading into the end game soon.
I kind of feel like if I'm Detroit, I zag and I go back to playing that quad ball game.
Ooh, neat.
You're so confident in it right now. You're putting away goals. You haven't had a lot of success in the flag runner game so far this weekend. Just go get your 6 goals and get on to game 2.
Yeah, I don't mind that at all. I think the maximizer in me wants to say, let's work on our flag running game.
Totally fair.
Like let's get our seeking down, because
you're gonna need it. If you move on, you will need it come MLQ championships.
And you're never gonna get, like, I feel like the flag running game is the hardest to replicate in practice at full speed. You're never gonna get better reps than these. Utilize these if you feel confident. Otherwise, I think you're right. Just trying to win game 1.
Yeah, and I mean, if you are Detroit, the other argument, as you stated, is play this, get your seekers plenty of reps, watch Prodor and Shu work, and just continue to anchor that flag runner
First
game.
time we've seen the pair in together today. Love makes a good move, has an opportunity to get the pass off, does back to the ball, but dismounts on the way.
Yeah, and a name we haven't called all day that we called all of yesterday is Ethan Wanous.
Oh, true.
Out today with an injury.
Okay, yeah.
We saw them hobble off. They are walking around under their own power.
I was scared that I missed him, so I was like, uh-oh, yeah, you're right.
No, but I mean, these Detroit players, Deering, Love, all stepping up in the absence of one of the most efficient players for Detroit yesterday.
Yeah, played through a lot. We could tell there was, towards the end of that third game, there was every transition back on defense was a little slower each time.
Yep.
So hopefully doing okay, just nursing a lingering issue here. But Ojo going to the box for at least a minute, or at minimum 30 seconds before returning to play. That's going to give Markland plenty of time. And Love's going to get the ball, I think, be a little bit before.
Yeah, we'll see what the call is here. But we also see Shu kind of sort of splitting the difference now and ending up in that back corner, which I don't really know if that's
it's
quad
a Shu,
ball or
it's a Shu classic.
Yeah.
Just getting behind even the offense.
Yeah.
And working backwards, honestly.
I want to see that heat map, right? Because it is not.
I mean, if we go back to the chess analysis, you've got locking
down that center. But they're real strong. They're holding time around the flag runner at all times.
Oh my goodness!
But
Beautiful
they are
pass.
giving up. That is 2 goals for Rochester in this flag runner on pitch right now. Detroit -2 in this situation.
We saw this yesterday against Minneapolis. A little life getting breathed into Rochester early on. They just need the legs to get there. Are you kidding me? Hopton once again coming through. Madeline trying to get back into the play, driven to the ground by Hopton. It's going to be an injury timeout, though. I believe no goal on the play through just stellar defense and physical defense.
No goal there. I think we're gonna come back to the booth here for a little bit, just to give the trainers a little bit of time to work with the Rochester player who's down.
Yeah.
I mean, Detroit doing a little bit different, right? Starting to split their beaters into the quad ball game a little more, but it's not really paying as many dividends as you want there, right? That goal, difficult score.
The rest of the team an opportunity to work on some of that flag running game. So the adjustment. But, I mean, if you see too many more goals, I mean, you got to bring it right back.
Yeah, absolutely. You can't look ahead right now, right?
Yeah.
This is still win or go home.
Yeah.
At this point, this is not we've locked up our bid. This is not where we're all set. This is we need still to get to championships.
Yeah. Looks like the Rochester player is going to be coming off the field at least somewhat under their own power. So good to see that. Nice claps from the sidelines as well. Resuming soon. Set score 170. That means Detroit needs 6 goals to take game 1 here. Detroit, it's quite a few more. 110 points, 11 goals needed for them. But you can get 3 of those with a nice catch here.
Yeah, absolutely. If Rochester gets a grab here, they're right back in it. Plain and
close.
Simple. Their lead is a lot more surmountable than a 5-goal lead.
I agree.
And the way Rochester's been playing currently, they definitely have, I would say, more of the momentum in the quad ball game.
Hear me out, though. You if you want to maximize this, you leave the flag runner on the pitch as long as you possibly can. Given how much investment Detroit's put into that part of the game,
for sure,
you as Rochester have an opportunity to claw back through the defense that is not giving much help to the quadball players on the Detroit side. Good pass from Madeline to Smyers. Smyers shoots it, and it's wide. Rochester with an opportunity to shoot on the backside of the defense once again, and they are right back to this flag runner game.
Yeah, and we talk about you and I, right? Neither one of us trust flag runners very much, but if there's anyone you could trust a flag runner against this weekend, it is these Detroit Seekers.
Yeah. No good on the shot. Hopped in, having to avoid, tried to kick the quad ball and gets the dodgeball instead.
Block that there.
I mean, not the traditional position. Excuse me as I get the mic back where I need it. Not the traditional position for Palpor, in the beater spot, but yeah, maybe a little of that inexperience coming in with, a softer beat in that situation. Shot no good, but the rebound barely outside of the reach of number 6, Duvestin.
Yeah. Aveline Tech's going to be the dangerous kick on Duvestin.
Right around the hands.
Yep, we'll see what happens, though. No call on the play.
Okay. I think if there was contact on the ball, potentially.
I think it's a bang-bang play. Our refs had a great view of it.
Okay. Quad ball was kicked. I didn't see who kicked it, though.
It was a Detroit kick, so it's going to be a Rochester inbound.
Okay.
It is going – I'm not sure why, but they did it.
Just delaying some time.
Yeah, buying some time. Get your subs in, get some fresh legs in, see what happens.
Honestly, it's giving them a lot of time on the flag runner, too.
Yeah, but they've had all the time they've wanted on this flag runner, right? This is – We're going on 4 minutes now. I think that there's been almost uninterrupted time here for Detroit.
Palpor with a little opportunity, kind of forcing Detroit to respect, but Rochester working the opposite end of the field. Good contact, great wrap up and bring down by Margolis. Another one potentially? No, beat away by Palpor. Given a little room. Kiefer going to look inside. They do have dodgeball control now. Great opportunity here. Fordham coming away with control by themselves. Rochester needs to get this defensive stop and maybe transition that into a nice offensive possession. Brodeur losing the trade, and now they've got a reload on the backside. Fordham cutting the offensive opportunities of Detroit. No dodgeballs in the area. You got to save this before it goes out of bounds. No. Wilson with a rare error there, launching that ball from the right side, or at least our right side, to the opposite end.
Yeah, a tough look. That's definitely not what you want if you're Rochester. You had just made the great defensive stop.
Oh, and the transition was there.
Yeah, it was there.
No dodgeballs back on the side of Detroit at the time. Looks like they're going to replace the base there as well. Speaking of multiple hats, we got Matt Melton after coming off of Game 1 win for the Prowl and had reffing yesterday. Now resident mechanic on the side of the hoops. I mean, making a lot of sense, though, given the fact that he runs I guess it's a company, right?
Yeah, Shooty Hoops has built all the hoops here. Melton does a great job with that design. Definitely check them out.
Yep. As everybody knows, company men, Nick and I. So we got to give some shout-outs to the people helping out. Yeah,
very convenient to have the designer of the hoops on site for this situation. I do a lot of the stuff up in the Northeast, and everyone's always coming to me asking, how do I fix this? What do I do with this? And it's a difficult thing to convey over a Facebook Messenger or a text of some kind. And yet here he is out here with the tools to make sure everything works.
One last check. There. Anything above the body you want to make sure? No. Deems it wrong. Or deems it unfit, I believe, for competition.
Yeah, he'll continue to do some work on that side for sure.
Yeah, hate to see an early rising star in base number 8.
Yeah, absolutely.
Have to hit the sideline so quickly after its debut.
Yeah, we're gonna throw it back here just for a little bit because
what do you mean? This is great.
We got some repair jobs going on there. We'll see what happens. Yeah, I mean, if you're Rochester here, I think you're right. You want to keep the flag runner out there for as long as possible, and with Detroit Seekers doing what they're doing, that might be you might not have to do a lot of work on your end for that.
Yeah.
It's really interesting to see Shu and Brodeur continue to sort of split and play a bit in both games.
We wanted to see it yesterday, though.
I'm excited to see the adjustment. And regardless, it's a good learning situation for them because to be an elite pair in this league, you need to be able to handle both flag runner and quad ball game at the same time.
Champs is going to win any games without that basic understanding. In developing some of the finer aspects of it here, very important. Yeah, you take every learning opportunity you can get, because these teams are going to have their work cut out for them. Whichever one of these teams makes it to champs, it is a tough road for anybody at that level, given the fact that those are our best teams in the nation all playing together. So ironing out all of those wrinkles for a team like this, incredibly important. So good to see, like you said, that adjustment's nice. It's just learning. It's always the name of the game in the beater game. How much can you take without giving up more?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, at a certain point, you're out over your own. You're out over the front of your. Arguably, the hardest position in the sport to play well is to balance both that flag runner and that quad ball game. And the only way you can get experience in it is out here on the field right now. It's really tough to do in a in a practice scenario, as you say.
Yeah, absolutely. Just to recap, base number 8 perceived an injury, just a mechanical malfunction.
Yep.
Able to recover, right back out on the field. Congratulations on the debut.
Yep.
Good to see. All right, as we get started now, Butler with the quad ball going forward. Shu, the lone dodgeball on the side of Detroit. Palpour using this opportunity to press. Finds Shu. No to call on the play. Detroit right back in possession. And this might be the first catch for Detroit all weekend.
Yeah, if you're Detroit, this is what you want to see. A big grab by Bannister. It comes after a long, long time with the flag runner.
I mean, we're looking at 35, maybe more minutes of flag runner on pitch gameplay. And finally, the catch.
Yeah, absolutely. And that is across all 4 games.
Yes,
to
correct.
Be clear in this situation.
And it's good. The sideline erupts.
Yep.
Man is going to take the long way around. Okay. Getting a hug from the crowd.
And with that situation, right, 145-60, Detroit still needs 3 goals. A question mark, they never put up a goal in that flag runner on pitch period.
That's what I'm saying. When it comes to flag runner on pitch, Detroit, lethargic. And Keeper Kiefer. Too many consonants that I was not ready for. The E's came out great. Everything else,
it's
garbage.
We're coming back. We're resetting.
Yeah,
we'll
Keeper
right
Kiefer with a goaltend. Super well done. Extending through the hoops to guard that ball. The keeper being the only position that can do so from the backside. Kiefer driving through, but it's stripped on the way. It's Butler finding that free arm. It's Kiefer's signature move at this point, holding it behind himself, kind of stiff-arming through, and it's just begging it. It's Michael Vick driving through the lane with that ball way outside. You just got to put an arm out and get it.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of people on these big bodies try to go for the tackle when in reality you need to be going for that arm and that ball.
Yep.
We don't care if the body gets to the hoop. We just care if that ball goes through. I say that as someone who never tackled once in their career. Learned a lot to go for the ball.
I love it. It's way more effective for sure, especially against people not as comfortable deflecting. Wilson challenged, but rises to that challenge, stopping the shot from Madeline, something Cleveland couldn't do, it felt like, at all yesterday. Rochester has just no problem right there. Palpora pressuring. They do have no dodgeballs available. Kiefer, I mean, it is like it's carpooling on the way. You know, he's got the passenger right in the back, buckled up and ready to go, and just drives through with that ball behind him to throw it through the top.
Not going to make the same mistake twice right there, right? A little bit more of a guardian there. And again, these continued mixed pairs from Detroit here. Brooks Smiley and Ryan Shue, a pair we haven't seen all year.
Yeah.
Coming out to play for this Detroit team.
Maybe a 5-point seatbelt for that ball. In
yeah,
the back
absolutely,
seat.
yeah. A parachute for when it goes through the hoops, the whole thing. Yeah.
I love it. All right, Love on that outside. Speaking of Love, Madeline through the top. No, deflecting downward. It's no good. It was Deering on the backside looking to kick that ball back into the front side for possession, but beat before. Rochester's going to come away.
Yeah, and if I'm Detroit here, I'm thinking about looking to Glenn Pratt in those situations right now. Rochester seems to be overselling to take away the shot.
Here we go again. Got it in third gear, perhaps fourth after the stop, and launches one through the top hoop, posterizing the entire Detroit defense as all they can do is watch.
Yeah, at some point, right, they're going to have to overcommit to Kiefer, right? You got to, as long as there's no dodgeballs, Kiefer is getting whatever he wants on this field right now.
Dodgeball control on the side of Rochester. Palpor and Gilkowski handling those dodgeballs. Shue pressuring. Palpor trades. It's going to be recovered by Smiley. And control going the way of Detroit. They lose possession of the quad ball, but they gained both dodgeballs.
And still no goals after the 20 minutes for this Detroit team. They did have that flag runner grab, which is why you see the 35 points towards set score, but no quad ball goals whatsoever. And Shue taking no
hesitation. I think maybe we're in their ears because it's like you have to commit to Kiefer, and Shue's like, you got it, boss. Yeah. I'm all the way to Kiefer.
Yeah.
I don't care if he's got the ball in his hands. If he just crossed the keeper's own line, we're going.
Listen, you've seen double coverage, you've seen triple coverage in all sorts of sports, right? It's sometimes it's what you got to do against those elite players in certain scenarios.
Yeah, the only solution being a dodgeball, it feels like, for Detroit with this current lineup. Deering with the quad ball. Pump fake. Looking, maybe, trying to compress the defense.
We're always aging, Reed. That's our secret, right? Again, why we're up here and not down there.
Oh, God. The Rochester looking to answer, but it is a monumental. To the backside. Ojo, are you kidding me? Doesn't field the pass, instead opts to tip it to himself and volleyball spike it through the top hoop.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of that this year, more so in the East Division.
Waiting on the call. Oh, perhaps no good. Oh. I believe the final call was good. Maybe no call on the play. The goal is good, I believe, was the final designation.
Yeah, I think there was something that happened in the dodgeball game, easily able to sort it out without a card, and we're moving along.
So goal for Ojo stands. Going to keep that one for the highlight reel for sure. Beats made. The shot just outside. This time it's not falling for Madeline today.
And that's that middle height hoop that we talked about that he is not
rarely,
to.
Yeah, rarely shot on for him. Ojo going the other way. No defenders. And too quick, too strong. Ojo doesn't need to tap that one through. It's a full-on dunk.
Yeah, I think we're going to cut away here, Reed.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, it's feeling like Rochester is controlling this flag runner on pitch scenario other than the grab. And the grab's so key for this Detroit team, considering that they are now only 2 goals away.
We saw it. So Minneapolis at the end of game 1 against their game against Rochester, it felt like they slowed up, but perhaps it's just Rochester starting to elevate their game in that game 1 series, and they took that into game 2 and used that momentum from game 1 to elevate themselves and stay even for so long. This is just the way that Rochester's operated this whole weekend. Maybe shouldn't come as a surprise to us now. Gave themselves maybe too much of a hole early to climb out of, but it gives me a lot of hope for game 2.
Yeah, I think come game 2, we're going to see something similar to what we saw yesterday. This Rochester team, head coached by Alyssa Giaroso, one of the sharpest minds in this North Division.
Yeah.
She is a strong, strong adjuster.
Yeah.
And it's hard to do on the field, especially when you're so short roster. You can't this roster do it piecemeal one at a time and sort of adjust from there.
It's a tall order, but they knew what they were coming into. They have done this before. Not an easy task, but definitely nothing that they're shying away from here. They're no reservations on either end. Detroit with the offensive aggression, 2 knockouts on the way. Madeline has all 3 hoops. Opportunity there. Ojo is going to pick that up. Keeper Kiefer able to retrieve the the quad ball. No! Oh my gosh, it was so good.
It's always that first one, right? That's it. We're done for the day. Then.
Done for the day. Yeah. I've hit quota. I am done. I did it. All right. Kiefer with the ball. Madeline attacking that ball arm. That's what we were looking for, and it works. Going the other way. Love has nobody in front of him. Just clear space, and maybe gives it up too soon. But the shot is confident and true. Detroit, just one more goal from sealing game 1.
Yeah, and I mean, as you get tired, as the game goes along, you're going to see Kiefer sort of a little bit gassed right there. And I think that one right is
gets the might be back contact is the call. Like Swanson.
Yeah, I mean, again, this Detroit team, once the dodgeballs get back in the play, are able to transition to sort of that lengthy opportunity where they can use their length to spread out and contest these passes from Rochester. The difference was when you start doing that, you allow lanes for Kiefer. But with dodgeballs, they're able to make these plays.
All right, so we've got 2 yellow cards. Contact from behind for 92. Hopped in for Detroit, and then I didn't hear the infraction for the yellow card on that Hopton committed, but both. Okay.
So it's I believe it's a blue card for Rochester and a yellow card for Detroit. So we'll see 30 seconds for Rochester.
And oh no, Ojo did not. Just looking at the hands, holding the head, understanding he wants that back badly. It's a 95% shot, and this time, the 4.5 coins flipped on heads?
Yeah, hands through hoop. You got to have it, especially with someone.
Okay, but redemption. Kiefer, unable to get to it. Love is first. Love is so quick and so good in those situations. Taking over in game 1 for Detroit. They take game 1 over Rochester. The first of 2 needed wins for either of these teams in this series for that last bid.
Yeah, and I mean, if you're Rochester, you're not out of this.
No, of course not. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, I mean, you're making the adjustments. We definitely saw some light there at the end. A couple of missed shot opportunities that you definitely want back and you can adjust to. But I mean, if you're Detroit, you got to be feeling good. You're hitting shots, you're passing the ball around, you're moving, you're getting to those offensive boards. Going into game 2, you got to feel good about your chances to maybe make this a 2-game series.
Yeah, I think Detroit moving from a shot-heavy game plan against Cleveland to a bit more of that, like, alley-oop option and kind of not give and go, but just the quick – you were talking about the kind of like dribble in.
Yeah.
And then dish out to that dangerous wing. We're seeing that development work so well on offense. They scored way more points here than they did in any of their games against Cleveland. And it's not to say that Rochester is playing poorly. It's just I think that Detroit's game plan was much better coming in.
Yeah, I think Detroit is doing to bring it back all around to my original running theory for this. Detroit right now is playing relational quad ball.
Yeah.
Right? They're using to find options for their shooters, right? Whether it's the dribble handoff to Levy, it is Madeline getting a tap beat to get downhill and going down there, or players cutting off ball to drag defenders away from the hoops for those shooters, and then when they don't leave, hitting them on the pass. It's truly they're building around this idea of the Levy-Madeline shooting and trusting that it'll deliver them to MLQ championships.
Yeah, and offensively for Rochester, it was the key for show. With the exception of late antics from Ojo coming in from the backside and things like that, for Rochester, you have to anticipate the adjustment, though. You saw it a little bit in that game. They were definitely committing more resources to Kiefer earlier to prevent him from getting into that dangerous zone towards the inside of that keeper zone. And you, at this point, need to anticipate the adjustment and commit to the pass now out of that set, because Kiefer has been so deadly and has made them pay so often. You have to find your other options in the outside of that game.
Yeah, and if you're Rochester at this point, I think you want to slow the game down as much as you can, right?
Yes.
You are. There were a couple of tired legs out there, I think, at this point,
yeah.
and we need to make sure that they. If they slow this game down and keep it low scoring, I think that definitely favors Rochester.
Yeah, and maybe a couple more bases, have a few more malfunctions, get an extra timeout or
Every
two.
water break you get, if you're Rochester, I think, you can't go into 20 minutes without using your timeout.
Absolutely.
And if you force Detroit to use theirs, all the better.
Yep, for sure. Well, that's it for our first games from both series. We've got game 2 from the Chicago Prowl in Toronto coming up right after this. The winner of this, if Chicago wins, they move on as the first seed of the North Division. Few moments.
Quadball is a sport that integrates aspects from rugby, basketball, and dodgeball to create a fast-paced, mixed-gender game that features 7 players per side. Okay, so quadball is played on a grass or turf field with 3 hoops of varying heights on each team's half. There's 4 balls in quadball, 1 quaffle, and 3 bludgers, and the players run with brooms between their legs and must complete all the play while on broom. If a player comes off broom at any point, they have to tag the center hoop on their team's half before resuming play. Alright, so there's a lot of different positions. The first 2 are chasers and keepers, known together as quaffle players. They use the quaffle, a slightly deflated volleyball, to try to score through their opponent's hoops. There are 3 chasers per team, and they wear a white headband, and there's 1 keeper per team, and they wear a green headband. The keeper is only different and they can't be interfered with in their team's keeper zone. Beaters, distinguished by black headbands, use the bludgers, dodgeballs, in attempts to knock out the opposing team's players. Each team has 2 beaters at any given time. A player of any position that is hit by a bludger thrown by the opposing team's beaters must dismount their broom, drop the ball they possess, and tag in on the center hoop before they can rejoin play. Beaters help their quaffle players on offense to clear paths to score, as well as work to stop opposing teams from scoring. Okay, so seekers, the ones with the yellow headband, pursue the snitch runner in an attempt to grab that snitch tail from their shorts, kind of like flag football, in order to earn 35 points for their team. They don't enter the game until after the 20-minute timeout, and they leave the game immediately after a good catch has been recorded. The snitch runner is an impartial official whose sole purpose is to prevent the seekers from catching their snitch tail. They can grab, push, wrap, or run away from the seekers to stop them from catching the snitch. The snitch runner comes onto the field after the 20-minute timeout and stays until they are caught. Quad ball is played in 2 halves. The first consists of a timed 20 minutes, and the second ends only when the set score gets reached. During the first half, the quaffle players and the beaters work together to score goals and stop the other team from scoring goals. When the game clock hits 20 minutes, there's a 2-minute timeout, and that's when the seekers and the snitch runner get introduced. At the same time, they're going to determine the set score. It's determined by taking the total of the leading team's score and adding 60 points. The set score gets indicated on a scoreboard, which will be separate from the game score, and whichever team reaches the set score first either through only quaffle points or with the addition of that snitch catch, win the game. Quadball is a sport that integrates aspects from rugby, basketball, and dodgeball to create a fast-paced, mixed-gender game that features 7 players per side. Okay, so quadball is played on a grass or turf field with 3 hoops of varying heights on each team's half. There's 4 balls in quadball, 1 quaffle, and 3 bludgers, and the players run with brooms between their legs and must complete all the play while on broom. If a player comes off broom at any point, they have to tag the center hoop on their team's half before resuming play. Alright, so there's a lot of different positions. The first 2 are chasers and keepers, known together as quaffle players. They use the quaffle, a slightly deflated volleyball, to try to score through their opponent's hoops. There are 3 chasers per team and a band. The keeper is only different in they can't be interfered with in their team's keeper zone, which is an area around the hoops when they possess the quaffle. On offense, all 4 players move the quaffle by running and passing and shooting to attempt to score. A good goal can be scored from either side of the hoop, and it's worth 10 points. On defense, players can tackle each other, and we're talking full contact to prevent the other team from scoring. Beaters, distinguished by black headbands, use the bludgers, dodgeballs, in attempts to knock out the opposing team's players. Each team has 2 beaters at any given time. A player of any position that is hit by a bludger thrown by the opposing team's beaters must dismount their broom, drop the ball they possess, and tag in on the center hoop before they can rejoin play. Beaters help their quaffle players on offense to clear paths to score, as well as work to stop opposing teams from scoring. Okay, so seekers, the ones with the yellow headband, pursue the snitch runner in an attempt to grab that snitch tail from their... The snitch runner is an impartial official whose sole purpose is to prevent the seekers from catching their snitch tail. They can grab, push, wrap, or run away from the seekers to stop them from catching the snitch. The snitch runner comes onto the field and the beaters work together to score goals and stop the other team from scoring goals. When the game clock hits 20 minutes, there's a 2-minute timeout, and that's when the seekers and the snitch runner get introduced. At the same time, they're going to determine the set score. It's determined by taking the total of the leading team's score and adding 60 points. The set score gets indicated on a scoreboard, which will be separate from the game score. And whichever team reaches the set score first, either through only quaffle points or with the addition of that snitch catch, win the game.
Welcome back, everybody. This is game 2 of the series between Chicago and Toronto for the first seed here in the North Division. Chicago absolutely dominant in game 1. Toronto looking to make a few adjustments and come away with a big change in gameplay, in energy likely, and prove that this is not as one-sided as game 1 would lead you to believe. We could have game 3. If Toronto wins this, it will be forcing a game 3 between these two teams. If Chicago wins, it is done outright. They will get the first seed, but it might just be a focus from them to stay consistent, to stay true to their game plan, and finish this strong, whereas Toronto, obviously, maybe a new look here. They showed a little bit of life towards the end, a little more coordination between the quad ball players and the beaters, and I need to see a little more of that at the bare minimum. But we're going to toss it to the field here. Once again, you noticed that Nick Jablonski a little more transparent in the seat next to me than he was previously. That's due to the fact that he is head reffing once again. Man of many hats, delivering another one on the pedestal once again. Nick calling a great game in game 1. This time, looking to continue that game 2. Christian Barnes, the assistant ref here, not quite getting a last-minute adjustment on the shoestrings. Oh, man, collision there at mid-pitch. Allie, a little tender coming back up. Williams and Yakub had such a dominant start in game 1, looking to continue that here. Mersic Ellis on the backside. Yakub misses the first throw, but does get the defender to drop the ball. Mersic Ellis with a sky dunk on that medium-sized hoop. Impossible to contend with unless you catch it on the downswing. 10 points for the Prowl, and they get started quick. Allie bringing the ball up. Medeiros now at the top of the key. Williams and Yakub getting pressure. Medeiros getting the ball all swallowed, but he comes away after the dismount, and Mersic Ellis can no longer play. Medeiros getting these Raiders started out quick. The fastest substitution in the West, North, South, or East. Medeiros comes off the pitch. Sideline giving him congratulations, and well-deserved. Evening this up early. Mersic Ellis has an opportunity. Quick move from right to left. Spins out of the contact from Allie. Stoppage of play here as Collins receives the quad ball at the top of the key. Likely a call in the beater game. Yakub behind the defense here of the Raiders. Maku, the beater, knocked out for the Raiders on the defensive end. Going to be a one dodgeball defense for the Raiders. Collins with the ball in a danger. Every hoop available. Decides pass. DME gets the pass and shoots on the small hoop. Does score. Brittany Kahaney launching that dodgeball back to her teammate, but not able to get it to a position that they can defend the shot. 20-10 for the Prowl. Yakub trades and catches. Maku is able to hold up immunity, given that both the Prowl members do have their dodgeballs, while Toronto has none. Cannot be knocked out in that situation. Passing to the close side, Smithson receives the ball. Coming down the field, free beater Emma Sherwood. Able to recover the dodgeball. It's going to be dodgeball control. No. Yakub is going to be able to get there first before Sherwood. The quad ball going to the outside, passing to the middle of the field now. It's going to be beaten to the ball. DME is, but Bunn passes to the teammate. It's going to go out of bounds. Mercic Ellis bringing that one in. No dodgeballs on defense. Mercic Ellis smells blood in the water. Passing to Manzella, launching it off of her teammate Vasquez on the backside and apologizing for it, but goal is good nonetheless. Ooh. Oh, I believe. Here. It's going to be net contact on the beater. Maku is the lead. No need to wait for Yakub, they say. Shot by Vasquez, no good. Williams able to launch the free dodgeball back to teammate Yakub. Maku just a few more seconds in the box. Now Toronto's got to get this ball out. The shot no good, glancing off the outside of the hoops. Getting possession back to the top of the key. The shot, this time it goes through Smithson. Keeping the Raiders within one. Much, much better start to the game here. Liam Zock getting the pass off before the beat. Melton on the backside, passing back to the front. Digman looking for that shot opportunity. We see it so often here. Getting Melton on the backside. Melton this time finds the top hoop. So comfortable on that shot. Such a practiced and routinely made shot for Melton. Falling through as well, 40-20. Chicago regains the 2-goal lead. Number 16, Oshra. Winning the trade there. Getting that dodgeball back. Digman intercepting. What else but another offensive pass. Dodgeball's not in the hands of the Raiders. That means it's a free option. Kicking the keeper of the Raiders to keep the defense from arriving at the hoop that Digman was going for. A lot of credit there for the heads-up play by Zock. They're so present in the game, understanding where to be. Number 77, Melanie Rolfe. On the defense, Melton looking for the contact, maybe getting a little too tall. Already walking towards the box. He knows what he did. Definitely not intentional, but it happens. 50-20. I don't know. Scoreboard. for Chicago. Toronto going to start with a quad ball after the illegal contact. Getting a little warm up there, Caldas. That right shoulder ready to shoot. And does. No good. I think everybody on the prowl thinking he was going to go for that top hoop, Digman included, but he takes the medium-sized hoop, I think smartly, just barely glancing off the outside. Oshra with that dodgeball on the left side. Brown on the right, escorting this prowl offense, compressing the Raider defense. Look at 77, Rolf on the outside, now receiving the quad ball, getting it back to Digman. Not fielded cleanly, though. It goes out of bounds. With a great spot there on the outside, just couldn't get it back to Digman cleanly. A bit mishandled on the side of Digman there. Toronto is going to have possession. Quick substitution. After Smithman's good goal on the middle hoop there, substituting in is Wanless. Trying to get dodgeball control. Scherger and Davey for the Raiders. Melton back into the game now. Pressured there by Oshra. But dodgeball control is going to go the way of the Raiders, and unable to convert on the play. Anchoring that offensive possession there. Digman taking their time. Vasquez with the ball on the outside. Zasajinsky on the close. Digman driving, shooting, scoring. Middle hoop as open as it'll ever be. Wanless. Passing to the outside. Cater. Back to Wanless. Wanless getting pressured and pushed back. Heads up play there by Riley Andrews. Forcing the turnover. Getting the ball back in the hands of the prow. After a strong start from the Raiders, it's been all. And Riley Andrews, I mean, just everything open. Just a high velocity contact, getting hitting the ground a little faster than maybe you want. Gonna take some time in that outfield. Nothing too long though. Yeah. Applause from the sidelines and the crowd. Good to see you walk off. A little opportune water break as well. Alley, Rob Alley, at the beginning of most of their games, coming back in, maybe a possession or two earlier than anticipated, but time well deserved. Medeiros, who started the game off so quickly, back in as well, now receiving the quad ball, escorted down by opportunity, maybe for a moment, but just getting compressed back down. Sugar losing the dodgeball there for just a moment. Pressures Medeiros. Oshra and Brown never hesitating to take some of that space. Medeiros, though, driving in, gets caught up in the middle of the pitch and releases. It's a good idea, but you have to have that mental clock. You go from outside to in. You must understand that beater was there whenever you cut and is still there afterwards. Driving towards that beater is fine, but you got to get that ball out earlier. Down Sugar. Sugar tosses that dodgeball back. Brown protecting the loose dodgeball. And Brown's going to get both. No, opting instead to play the quad ball. Sugar coming back into play. Alley bringing down Andrews. Brown saving the possession for the prowl. Zasajinsky getting the ball to Peachy. Peachy stepping through the way to the ground. In the NFL, that's a touchdown. And Zasajinsky can start wherever she likes. She can go to the front side on the keeper's own line to stop it. Sarah Dykstra and Rob Alley. Alley can goaltend from the front side. I'm curious if they're going to from Kirby, recovering back into the play. Getting the beat on Peachy before he can do anything with that quad ball. Yakub looking for the trade. Does collect Kirby, and now they've got a reload on the defensive end. Pass is mishandled. Riley's going the other way. Andrews, one cut, past the beater, can't interfere anyway. This is a goal for the Prowl. They're going up 80-20. 5-goal run at this point for the Prowl. The Raiders, or 2-3, excuse me. The Raiders have gone ice cold in the last 5 minutes. Opportunity, pump fact is clean though. Turnovers made. Andrews getting brought down by Medeiros. And the dodgeball help is not there. McDonald's going to be there first. No, the pass back. Cleared out. Linnea Schultz. Results-based analysis, great decision. Ahead of time, I wouldn't have called it. So, awaiting the call. There was a stoppage. $100-20. Currently the score. Not quite as quick of a start for the Prowl. Actually, no, I lied. We're only 12 minutes into the game. It's felt longer, I believe. But an equally fast start to that first game. Good tackle coming in for the Raiders. Mercic Ellis into Manzella. First time we've called her name this game after such a dominant performance in game one. If the call on the field stands, it will be 110-20. Chicago, so strong. Such a great start in both of these games. Fell off a little bit in game one. Needs to keep that pedal to the metal here for game two if they want to go into MLQ champs with as much momentum as possible. But it's Allie with the fast break going the other way. Mercic Ellis cannot catch up as fast as he is. Allie getting some life back into the sideline of these Raiders. Chicago looking to equalize the play at the very least. Pass to the outside, Manzella. Escorted in by Tim Kwan. Kwan, an aggressive position for an offensive beater here. Mercic Ellis, so much room to walk it in. Allie gets worked around. The shot so clean, compressing that defense back into its hoops. Tim Kwan just unrelenting on the opposite end of the pitch, giving Mercic Ellis all the room he needs. Kwan moving forward, getting the beat. Another one as well, high lobbing pass. Smithson receiving the quad ball, but getting beat in the process. I think Jablonski gonna try to nip in the bud here. A little chippy contact in the mark defense. Mercic Ellis, I think, pulling on the jersey a bit too much, resulting in the turnover. Opportunity for Smithson. Is it the pump fake or is it the shot? I think shot. It is, and it's good. 2 for Smithson in the game, 4 for Toronto overall. J-Rum getting a well-deserved sub. Digman coming back into the game. Liam Zock passing to Digman to the outside, back to Zock. Richard and Quan are the dodgeball carriers here, escorting the offense up the field. Blue Beaters are going crazy here. There's the opportunity. Digman, who else? Shot on the middle hoop. You give him that space, he's going to take it, and he's going to put points on the board. 130 to 40 here. Digman looking to intercept it. Had the right read, just a bit too early. Still, result is the same. Quan knocking out the player, offering the offense another chance here before the Raiders even got across half pitch. Oh my goodness, almost deflected in as well. Smithson getting a good deflection, but it falling backwards, almost going through the hoop. Hard to even call it a break. Head ref Nick Jablonski calling delay a game here. That's going to result in Liam Zock with the ball just outside of the keeper zone. And a timeout, I believe. All right, so quick start to the game. Quite a bit to internalize, because after such a quick start from Toronto, they got a few points on the board to begin with. It was 20 to 30 early on. Now, I mean, ballooning here to the lead that we've got. It's Chicago proving once again that you will not hang with them long unless you can bring a coordinated attack and play disciplined defense, both on the shots and the drives. Whether that's Mercick Ellis driving the lane, getting great dunks on that, or those long shots from Digman. And if you cover both of those, you're still worrying about those wing side chasers in the likes of Manzella, especially game one, and here a little bit in game two. So without even talking about the beaters, these chasers and keepers are looking so strong on the side of the prowl. But Toronto, it's a long road ahead of them if they're going to come back into this game. You need an extended flag runner on pitch and a lot of chaos. Unfortunately, I think that chaos favors Chicago in a heavy way, and I think Nick Jablonski here, Nick Jablonski here on my right would agree. But he's going to head back out to the field because we are back into this game. Both analysis and head reffing, he does it all. Liam Zock starting with that quad ball, facing backwards towards his team, or towards their team, not looking for the initial play. Because it was the first movement after resuming the play, a reset is not taken. Zock to the backside. Melton not be on the play. Melton getting the pass off to the far side, not brought in cleanly. Dodgeballs flying through the air. Rolf just outside of the reach. Melton still has the quad ball, though. And Digman pointing to teammate Zock. They're on the other side of the field. Wide open. Alley-oop opportunity if I've ever seen it. I think Toronto recognizes as well. It's about speed here. Pump fake. Driving towards the beater. Trips over the hoop, though. Zock switching hands to the outside. Digman with the ball, escorted by Quan. Quan, one knocked out. Digman driving to that side. It's the middle hoop again. If you do not guard the middle hoop against Digman, he will go off. He has so much in the tool belt, and you're only forcing him to use the one. Toronto now getting behind the hoops here. Missed beat. Melton, though, covering the pass option. Those lanes are covered. The hoops lay barren, but Toronto can't even get close. Grant Himmelman subbing in as well. Digman going out, coming in. Unsure. It's going to be Smith, Himmelman, Collins, and Andrews in the quad ball game. Smith to Andrews. Andrews back to the top. Himmelman driving in, finds the opportunity. Digman-esque, deflected off the middle hoop. They're covering it now. Toronto stopped the goal. Brown with the dodgeball on the sideline, re-inbounding it to teammate. Caught. Scherger is going to come away with that dodgeball, but Himmelman comes away with a quad ball. Trying to regain control. Schultz is going to come down the field. Matt Brown with her. Himmelman to the outside of Andrews. To the back of the defense. Point defense by Bunn. Now to the front. Shot from Andrews is good. You just can't cover everything. Toronto, no answer for the offense of the Prowl. Bunn to the outside. Caldas after that flag catch in game one. Pretty quiet here in game two otherwise. Alley bringing the ball, dodges the first beat, clipped by the second. You may get Brown to miss the first, but it's a tough ask to get two out of Brown and not come away with a beat. Schultz with the dodgeball. Beat her partner Jim Richard in as well. Going to the outside, Smith passing to the back. Collins to the front, shot no good. Andrews does get the rebound, and it's the slow, or not the slowest, maybe the most relaxed pump fake of all time, getting both defenders up into the air and just dropping it through the small hoop on the outside. 160-40 as we inch closer to endgame. The Raiders need a miracle here, and it's got to start before end of regulation. Pump fake. Shot. No good, but the rebound is. Beautiful play. Great job hanging with it. I don't quite have a number. I want to say it's Rebecca Hodder in the first action of the game for her. Digman on the backside. Drives, slips a contact, alley-oop opportunity. Peachy does deliver. And yes, it was Rebecca Hodder on the shot. Previous possession for the Raiders. Maybe they're looking to make lightning strike twice. Missed shot. Great contact from Peachy to strip the ball. Prowl going the other way. 5 seconds left in regulation. Could be the last possession. Manzelli gets it on the run. Beautiful shot. An elite move to avoid the defenders there. Goes from under over, right on top of the shoulders of the defenders to put it through the hoop there. Last possession now scoring with seconds left in regulation. Raiders do have dodgeball control. Emma Sherwood, the aggressing beater here for the Raiders, tossing that one back. McDonald coming back with it as well, and they do get the score and regain and maintain dodgeball control. Cater getting the good goal on that play. I mean, that was the best possession in the entire regulation for Toronto. It's a nice spark in an otherwise desolate, I think, first or second game here for the Raiders. A little more offense than there was in the first game, but just no way or no sign of any stopping this Prowl offense. It just feels like the Prowl have, I mean, everything figured out on the Raiders side. And it goes without saying, offensively putting up a ton of points on the board, seemingly at will. It's going to take a big effort. It's going to take, I already said it, a long flag runner on pitch for the Raiders to come back in this one. Flag runner Max Meyer being the runner of this game. In the first one, did get caught by Toronto. You need the catch. You need as much time as possible, and you have to keep this Chicago team off the scoreboard, because it really is only 6 more goals for this team that more than doubled that in the first 20 minutes. So in essence, you have if they hold the same clip, 10 minutes to outscore Chicago in the exact same way that they just spent the last 20 minutes doing so, plus a flag catch, plus 3 more. And so a big order, a tall order to ask, as we're going to throw it back to the pitch. Time has been taken. Regulation is over. Our sets score 240, same as the first game. Exact same offensive performance here from the Prowl. It's going to be Smithson on the side of the Raiders going out first, and it's Melanie Rolfe for the Prowl. Kwan and Brown are the beaters for the Prowl. Vasquez with the quad ball in hand to the backside. Passing to the front, but it's intercepted. Kept away by Brown, but he's going to get beat as well. Dodgeball control is going to go over to the Raiders, and there are no dodgeballs on the defensive side for the Prowl. They're going to have to step up big, and Emma Vasquez does. Big going up high is Digman to intercept that pass, and he's got to slow it up too. The Raiders are still back on defense. Pass inside, Manzella in stride. Might have had a catch as well. Catch is good. Chicago goal is also good. Smithson, after getting 2 goals earlier in this game, coming away with the flag catch as well. I have to go back to that Prowl possession, though. It was so beautiful. Manzella perfectly in stride. Incredible pass. It is a little windy out here today at Newton Park. So not the easiest play to make, but, I mean, it just looked like it was on a rope. Brown coming back with that dodgeball. Pressuring the quad ball. It is a shot opportunity. A 2% chance, but we take it. Digman coming back. 5 more goals for the Prowl. Peachy with the ball. It's a dangerous spot. No good. Just outside to the right. Had maybe a little more time. One pump fake could be all he needed to get one or two more steps towards the hoops. Perhaps didn't know where that opposing beater was. Quan getting a lot of minutes here in game 2 against the Raiders. Maku pressuring for the Raiders. Good catch by Brown. It's going to create a press opportunity. Smithson goes out. Pass is good, though. Beautiful conversion there, Rousseau. First points on the board for them this game. Perfect press break on the side of the Raiders. Liam Zock to Andrews. Andrews passing to the backside, baits the beat as well. The shot there, that one falls through. Prowl trade it back. And as Nick Jablonski would say, you are happy to trade goals here. Up by 10. Up by 10 goals, that is. You've got no problem going 1 for 1. And right after dropping that nugget of knowledge on us, Nick Jablonski is going to get the call back to hoops for Zock. Number 21, Campbell. Bring the ball up. Andrews pressuring. Alley near that line, but not over. Intercepted, however. Himmelman coming away with the turnover. Himmelman going to the backside. Andrews opening up the field. Has Smith to the right. Takes the shot, though. Left open by the Raiders. Andrews is going to take it. 3 more goals separate the Prowl from their first seed out of the North Division in 3 years. Minneapolis, the 2-time reigning champion, taken down earlier this season by the Prowl 3-0. Looks like Zock able to create the pressure that's going to push the Raiders out of bounds. Give them the ball this time. Loose dodgeball on the ground, playing a bit of a 1.5 situation. Andrews getting the ball from Zock. A little backwards goal as well. Quan maintaining dodgeball control, and they've got a press opportunity at least for the moment. Alley now with help. On the close side, Cater. Pump fake, drive, left to right, passes the ball back. Who's there? Only Prowl members. This is Smith going forward. Recognizing the defense, coming back now. Smith forward. Cater gets the deflection, but the ball's going to stay on the side of the Prowl. Himmelman coming forward now. This time the shot is good as well. Himmelman gets on the board. 1 more goal for the Prowl. Smithson, 2 goals on the game, 1 catch to their name. Passes the ball to the outside to Campbell. Campbell driving in, right to left, through the contact, gets the shot off, but it's low. Himmelman now to Andrews. Andrews with the ball. This could be it. North Division champions. Chicago Prowl looking to make it theirs. Shot no good. Defense delaying at least 1 more possession. The crown for the taking here. Driving through the defense, Smithson deflecting through the hoop, hitting the crossbar, barely making it in. a sigh of relief on the way back after that shot. Vasquez, potentially the last possession here. To the outside, Mercick Ellis. Driving through, pass, Manzella scores, starting the series with a score, ending it. North Division champions. Big congratulations to the Proud. They've shown all season how dominant they can be, and leaving no stone unturned here against the Raiders. Both teams coming into the series 6-0. No question who the better team was here today. The Prowl dominant in every aspect of the game. Whether and did it multiple different ways. Traditional offenses, transitional play, great defense. I mean, dodgeball control for what I would consider over 75% of these two games. Unbelievable control in this series. So congratulations to the Prowl. The Raiders coming in as the second seed from the North Division as well. Both of these teams going to MLQ championships. But perhaps the most compelling story here on the weekend, it's the Detroit Innovators coming off of a 3-game series against Cleveland, now trying to secure their spot as the 4th and final seed of the North Division to MLQ championships if they can take down the Rochester Whiteout in just a few moments. We've got 10 minutes until the start of our next game, so don't touch that browser. We will be right back in just one moment.
Quadball is a sport that integrates aspects from rugby, basketball, and dodgeball to create a fast-paced, mixed-gender game that features 7 players per side. Okay, so quadball is played on a grass or turf field with 3 hoops of varying heights on each team's half. There's 4 balls in quadball, 1 quaffle, and 3 bludgers, and the players run with brooms between their legs and must complete all the play while on broom. If a player comes off broom at any point, they have to tag the center hoop on their team's half before resuming play. Alright, so there's a lot of different positions. The first 2 are chasers and keepers, known together as quaffle players. They use the quaffle, a slightly deflated volleyball, to try to score through their opponent's hoops. There are 3 chasers per team, and they wear a white headband, and there's 1 keeper per team, and they wear a green headband. The keeper is only different in they can't be interfered with in their team's keeper zone, which is an area around the hoops when they possess the quaffle. On offense, all 4 players move the quaffle by running and passing and shooting to attempt to score. A good goal can be scored from either side of the hoop, and it's worth 10 points. On defense, players can tackle each other, and we're talking full contact to prevent the other team from scoring. Beaters, distinguished by black headbands, use the bludgers, dodgeballs, in attempts to knock out the opposing team's players. Each team has 2 beaters at any given time. A player of any position that is hit by a bludger thrown by the opposing team's beaters must dismount their broom, drop the ball they possess, and tag in on the center hoop before they can rejoin play. Beaters help their quaffle players on offense to clear paths to score, as well as work to stop opposing teams from scoring. Okay, so seekers, the ones with the yellow headband, pursue the snitch runner in an attempt to grab that snitch tail from their shorts, kind of like flag football, in order to earn 35 points for their team. They don't enter the game until after the 20-minute timeout, and they leave the game immediately after a good catch has been recorded. The snitch runner is an impartial official whose sole purpose is to prevent the seekers from catching their snitch tail. They can grab, push, wrap, or run away from the seekers to stop them from catching the snitch. The snitch runner comes onto the field after the 20-minute timeout and stays until they are caught. Quad ball is played in two halves. The first consists of a timed 20 minutes, and the second ends only when the set score gets reached. During the first half, the quaffle players and the beaters work together to score goals and stop the other team from scoring goals. When the game clock hits 20 minutes, there's a 2-minute timeout, and that's when the seekers and the snitch runner get introduced. At the same time, they're going to determine the set score. It's determined by taking the total of the leading team's score and adding 60 points. The set score gets indicated on a scoreboard, which will be separate from the game score, and whichever team reaches the set score first, either through only quaffle points or with the addition of that snitch catch, win the game. Quadball is a sport that integrates aspects from rugby, basketball, and dodgeball to create a fast-paced, mixed-gender game that features 7 players per side. Okay, so quadball is played on a grass or turf field with 3 hoops of varying heights on each team's half. There's 4 balls in quadball, 1 quaffle, and 3 bludgers, and the players run with brooms between their legs and must complete all the play while on broom. If a player comes off broom at any point, they have to tag the center hoop on their team's half before resuming play. Alright, so there's a lot of different positions. The first 2 are chasers and keepers, known together as quaffle players. They use the quaffle, a slightly deflated volleyball, to try to score through their opponent's hoops. There are 3 chasers per team, and they wear a white headband, and there's 1 keeper per team, and they wear a green headband. The keeper is only different and they can't be interfered with in their team's keeper zone, which is an area around the hoops when they possess the quaffle. On offense, all 4 players move the quaffle by running and passing and shooting to attempt to score. A good goal can be scored from either side of the hoop, and it's worth 10 points. On defense, players can tackle each other, and we're talking full contact to prevent the other team from scoring. Beaters, distinguished by black headbands, use the bludgers, dodgeballs, in attempts to knock out the opposing team's players. Each team has 2 beaters at any given time. A player of any position that is hit by a bludger thrown by the opposing team's beaters must dismount their broom, drop the ball they possess, and tagging on the center hoop before they can rejoin play. Beaters help their quaffle players on offense to clear paths to score, as well as work to stop opposing teams from scoring. Okay, so Seekers, the ones with the yellow headband, pursue the snitch runner in an attempt to grab that snitch tail from their shorts, kind of like flag football, in order to earn 35 points for their team. They don't enter the game until after the 20-minute timeout, and they leave the game immediately after a good catch has been recorded. The snitch runner is an impartial official whose sole purpose is to prevent the Seekers from catching their snitch tail. They can grab, push, wrap, or run away from the Seekers to stop them from catching the snitch. The snitch runner comes onto the field after the 20-minute timeout and stays until they are caught. Quad ball is played in two halves. The first consists of a timed 20 minutes, and the second ends only when the set score gets reached. During the first half, the quaffle players and the beaters work together to score goals and stop the other team from scoring goals. When the game clock hits 20 minutes, there's a 2-minute timeout, and that's when the Seekers and the snitch runner get introduced. At the same time, they're going to determine the set score. It's determined by taking the total of the leading team's score and adding 60 points. The set score gets indicated on a scoreboard, which will be separate from the game score, and whichever team reaches the set score first, either through only quaffle points or with the addition of that snitch catch, win the game. Quadball is a sport that integrates aspects from rugby, basketball, and dodgeball to create a fast-paced, mixed-gender game that features 7 players per side. Okay, so quadball is played on a grass or turf field with 3 hoops of varying heights on each team's half. There's 4 balls in quadball, 1 quaffle, and 3 bludgers, and the players run with brooms between their legs and must complete all the play while on broom. If a player comes off broom at any point, they have to tag the center hoop on their team's half before resuming play. Alright, so there's a lot of different positions. The first 2 are chasers and keepers, known together as quaffle players. They use the quaffle, a slightly deflated volleyball, to try to score through their opponent's hoops. There are 3 chasers per team, and they wear a white headband, and there's 1 keeper per team, and they wear a green headband. The keeper is only different in they can't be interfered with in their team's keeper zone, which is an area around the hoops when they possess the quaffle. On offense, all 4 players move the quaffle by running and passing and shooting to attempt to score. A good goal can be scored from either side of the hoop, and it's worth 10 points. On defense, players can tackle each other, and we're talking full contact to prevent the other team from scoring. Beaters, distinguished by black headbands, use the bludgers, dodgeballs, in attempts to knock out the opposing team's players. Each team has 2 beaters at any given time. A player of any position that is hit by a bludger thrown by the opposing team's beaters must dismount their broom, drop the ball they possess, and tag in on the center hoop before they can rejoin play. Beaters help their quaffle players on offense to clear paths to score, as well as work to stop opposing teams from scoring. Okay, so seekers, the ones with the yellow headband, pursue the snitch runner in an attempt to grab that snitch tail from their shorts, kind of like flag football, in order to earn 35 points for their team. They don't enter the game until after the 20-minute timeout, and they leave the game immediately after a good catch has been recorded. The snitch runner is an impartial official whose sole purpose is to prevent the seekers from catching their snitch tail. They can grab, push, wrap, or run away from the seekers to stop them from catching the snitch. The snitch runner comes onto the field after the 20-minute timeout and stays until they are caught. Quadball is played in 2 halves. The first consists of a timed 20 minutes, and the second ends only when the set score gets reached. During the first half, the quaffle players and the beaters work together to score goals and stop the other team from scoring goals. When the game clock hits 20 minutes, there's a 2-minute timeout, and that's when the seekers and the snitch runner get introduced. At the same time, they're going to determine the set score. It's determined by taking the total of the leading team's score and adding 60.
Welcome back. This is our, I think, consensus, the highlight series of the day. We just finished our first seed, the Chicago Prowl, taking the North Division Championship over the Toronto Raiders. But personally, I do have a soft spot for this final spot. It just feels, with the other 2 teams already having it locked up, they've got the seed no matter what, or they've got the bid no matter what. It's these games where lose and go home, your season's done, win, and you are through to the championship. That's what I love.
Yeah, both teams from the Chicago-Toronto series had their quarterfinal bid already locked up. This is for a chance to even fight for a right to play in the quarterfinals, and you can tell both of these teams out here want it.
Yeah, it's been easily the highest energy games thus far. Were these series, the Minneapolis Rochester, the Detroit Cleveland, and now the Detroit Rochester series. They've been so high energy, so electric. Honestly, the sidelines going crazy for every big play. The teams adjusting, it feels like, in every few possessions based on what they're seeing in front of them, and it's so refreshing to watch smart, calculated play on the fly.
Yeah, I mean, these 2 teams probably aren't the most talented on the field, but they are some of the most strategic on the field, right? We are seeing very, very good adjustments for the player bases that are out there, and I mean, you can't ask for anything more, right? Both of these coaching staffs are doing a great job of understanding what they have and how to get the most out of it on the field.
Yeah, the Innovators really impressed me in the first game against Rochester, showing a new look here, as they have been known to do now at this point in the weekend, with a high-powered offense that looked very efficient early on, begging Rochester to challenge them in a new way. It took a little time for Rochester to get their feet under them, but it did happen, just maybe a little too late.
Yeah, and Detroit also, who we maybe criticized a little bit for having flag runner on pitch seeker issues, managed to get the grab in game 1, but continued with flag runner on pitch quad ball issues that plagued them. We're curious to see what happens here.
Yeah, we're heading to the field now. Going to get this start underway here shortly. I'm looking if we're going to get a repeat of what happened yesterday, in that Rochester came out much faster against Minneapolis in game 2. You would hope that they do the same thing here against Detroit, giving us a super exciting game 3 potential if they pick this up.
Yeah, it would be really great to see.
And we get brooms up. Detroit coming away, but it's fast beater play. Gilkowski knocking out the quad ball carrier, but Detroit comes up with possession all the same.
Yeah, and a different starting lineup than we've seen throughout the
Yeah.
weekend from Detroit. Maybe a bit of concession to those injuries they've picked up throughout the weekend, but also this line had a ton of success last game.
Yeah, and maybe the tallest line they can possibly put out as well.
Mm-hmm.
It's Marklin, it's Deering, it's Madeline.
Yep.
So much height on the offensive and defensive end. Maybe preventing Rochester from getting some of the those shots in, but it was Kiefer early and late in game one. Hopton, though, getting wrapped up, contact through. Shu is going to get the beat. Madeline comes away with the ball. Hopton maybe a bit too aggressive, going in too early.
Yeah, but we saw Rochester manage to get control out of that before their quad ball players even got in the picture.
Yeah.
This is where this team has operated most effectively, and frankly, all teams operate most effectively with control, but it is especially apparent with this Rochester team.
Fordham playing behind the hoops, giving Shu an opportunity at Gilkowski. Gilkowski having to toss that one back. Fordham protecting, but it's going to leave the hoops open. Goal no good. Deering. The shot no good, but it's Marklin from the pass from Madeline. Just lightning quick, boom, right through the hoop. Not even a catch, more of a set.
That trailer offense is so valuable in the back end. Goal is going to be no good, looks like beat before. But the idea is strong, regardless, right?
Absolutely.
If a zone overcommits to the back end, you continue to swing the ball up top, and that person acts as a pivot to take away or to pass the ball to that far side rather than trying to connect long, lofty passes.
The bane of inexperienced teams, I believe, just trying to get those lobbed passes over the hoops. It just gives way too much time for those beaters to close in on the play. And by then, you've got multiple people.
Yeah,
in
I mean, you see all those great highlights of the catch and finish by the hoops or the getting up, and you don't understand how much work goes into doing those.
Oh, man, but it's Ojo with a clean pump fake with enough space to do exactly what you need to do. Shu trying to receive the quad ball, can't do that, but Deering is not too far behind. Deering gets the pass off. That's a lofty one, but it still falls down into the hands of Smyers.
That's Gwen Pratt.
Oh, Gwen Pratt, thank you. Sorry, I thought I saw the face mask, but yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
That's been my visual key, I think, for Smyers. So
Gwen Pratt, right, not wearing a mask out there, but definitely a superhero on and off the pitch.
Oh, you were so clean. You were so clean. Hopton looking to replicate the words of Jablowski, and maybe does so. The shot as good as the saying.
Hey, I mean, listen here. This Rochester team came out strong in Game 2 against Minneapolis. They continue to make adjustments. They are clearly seeing something behind the hoops here. And this Detroit team, we talked about the physicality issues that were a little bit present in Game 1. They're not necessarily willing to tackle here, and they're paying for it with these quick driving goals from both Ojo and Hopton.
And now on the other end, Detroit maybe a little desperate, taking a 25-foot shot from the outside with honestly no setup. And Rochester kind of gets a free possession out of this with an opportunity to get dodgeball control back. Blocked by Ojo. This will result in dodgeball control. Another one as well. The wrap-up by Madeline's going to bring the ball to the ground. Ojo having to collect themselves. Kiefer going down as well. Madeline dismounted. But the damage was done.
Yeah, I mean, if that stoppage doesn't occur there, Madeline is off room, and Kiefer, we're seeing, there it is. I mean, the card here, Kiefer is going to get the head of steam downhill that he so desperately wants all the time.
All right, buckle up. Got the kid in the back seat. All right, what's it called? I'm not a father. No, the little baby seat. Is it just a baby seat?
It's just a car seat.
It's a car seat. Thank you. Yeah, he's got the car seat in the back. Valuable cargo right there. Anticipate the left arm stiff arm. We'll call that the like grill protector. I don't know cars that well, honestly. I'm way out of my league here. But anyway, it's gonna be he's gonna look to truck. No, instead the pass, the adjustment we were looking for. This time the execution not there. Thrown to the feet of teammate Diveston.
Yeah, I think maybe took an an accidental, incidental hit in the moment definitely resulted in a bit of a contested thought process, right? I mean, you know me, right?
I do.
The second anyone touches me, I'm getting rid of that ball, right? Keeper, not so much. It's going to result in a couple of little knocks like that, more so.
Yeah. Name of the game, especially for that kind of play style.
Yeah.
And now, Shu and Brodeur, that dynamic duo from yesterday, getting a little more action in Game 2 than they were Game 1. Markland, though, pass to the outside is going to go out of bounds.
Just a thrown away possession by Detroit there. You have everything you want in a Shu Brodeur control set. Yeah. You're maybe missing your ball carrier in Madeline, but you can't just throw the ball away like that.
Ojo coming down with the ball on the front side of the hoops, passing to the backside, high lofting pass, and that's going to give plenty of time to knock out Stanish on the back end. Brodeur, the one on defense there.
Yeah, a great adjustment by Detroit to that back pass option to hit with that to send out that quick beater to take care of it before they get a chance to get ahead of steam from behind the hoops.
Oh yeah, and deserved rest as well. Number 51 checking into the game, Brooks Smiley.
And this pair was where Detroit really started going. It seemed like Rochester was content to sort of play even against the Brodeur Shu set and hold water, but they weren't prepared for the Banis Smiley set to really help propel the offense forward.
And right on cue, Banis getting dodgeball or maintaining dodgeball control and getting an opening for the team. Love misses their shot. It's going to be Deering getting a second one, and it's no good as well. Ojo recovering the quad ball and going off pitch is going to be the Rochester substitution in a new possession of their own.
How many times do you think in the hour between games that head coach Listioroso said, do not give up goals on that top hoop? Because I saw 3-4 Rochester jumps there to deflect the ball. Maybe only one or two of them making the block in that situation, but it was so clear that was the option.
Absolutely. Wilson does retrieve the ball on the backside for a new opportunity, does not finish due to the pressure of the Detroit defense. And now I hear the none calls. It's Banis clearing the way. Palpour trying to get a dodgeball back. Another oop opportunity. Love on the back end seems so comfortable there.
Yeah, not really a look we saw at all yesterday.
Yes.
But in this situation, it's really paying off for Love.
And 3 times, 2 for Love in the first game. Now starting it off for his third personally in this one. It's, Detroit just taking what's being given.
2-1 the score here. Rochester still leading.
Yep.
And if you told me after that first game, 6 minutes in, you'd be up 10, I think Rochester takes that all the time.
So happy. It's a part of the keys to the game that we were looking for. Slow it down. Make sure it's a low-scoring game. And just stay close enough to where you can exploit Detroit's flag runner on pitch game. They're doing better than that. They're beating them so far, and that's gravy at this point.
Yeah, and another sort of wasted possession by Detroit here. Just very passive after that alley-oop attempt to Love in the last possession.
It feels feast or famine. You either have a beautiful, executed, well-thought-out plan, or you just kind of toss it away in some of these. So I want to see a little more consistency. Gao getting the quad ball, staying in the play, takes a shot towards the hoops. Love is going to intercept that before it gets to Wilson on the backside.
And this Detroit team continues to hold control.
Yep.
Even if they lose it for a second, they're coming right back and getting it.
Smiley and Banis, just so strong yesterday, doing so again today.
Yeah, something you couldn't really say about this Detroit team yesterday, though.
Last
this
game.
morning.
Yeah.
It's something. It's a clear adjustment they've made and a clear thought process.
Oh, goal's good, off the shot. Levy, but it looked like it got a bit deflected on its way as well.
Hey, when shooters shoot, enough of those, you've seen the tip in, that hoops defender wants that back. But if you're the shooter there, you're saying, that's where I was going all the time.
Exactly. Yeah, just like we drew it up.
Yeah.
Levy, so consistent. It is scary how consistent.
Yeah, bringing that shooting over from his time at University of Michigan. A lot of people talk about Toyarkov. And rightfully so, but Levy was really the engine that made that team turn.
Pass to the backside. Kiefer back into the game. Now, we've seen it time and time again, but this time it falls short. Another opportunity, but Stanish is astonished by the defense of the Detroit side. So quick to respond. Banis and Smiley just unloading. No goal there for Rochester. It's going to remain 20-20.
Another thing I'm seeing is Rochester are eliminating these transition opportunities for Detroit. How many times did we see a fast break goal happen for this Detroit team? I think that if you continue to limit these, it's going to be a nice, slow, low-scoring game, which is exactly what Rochester wants.
Palport in the beating game this time. Levy, just the pump fake and score. So sneaky in that moment. And I got to credit the passing there to find Levy on the front side.
What did we talk about in game one, right? These little dribble handoffs, these little shooters. How many times in basketball, right, do you see a great shooter catch the ball in the corner pocket and hit the shot they've practiced 1,000 times before? I bet you Levy's practiced that 1,001 times. Really.
Yeah, absolutely. Good three-point shooters shoot over 40. Levy, I think, easily 80 at this point. Good tackle there by Smiley or Smyers. It's a shocker that hasn't occurred yet thus far in what would be the 5th game of the Innovators have called. But
imagine back in the tough days, Brooke has a identical twin, Jordan Smiley, who's a chaser there. Whenever we got the illegal contact Smiley call back then, I just had to sit there and shrug and figure out which one did it.
That's funny. Smyers, though, going to the box after the contact. I believe back contact was the call.
Yep.
Wilson coming off pitch as well.
Divested in kind of an interesting situation here. I mean, back there, no one really around. Brodeur up at the top. Elects to take this step up to the keeper's own line. I don't necessarily know if that's the play.
I think reconsidering now, going back.
I too would look and see Brodeur with the dodgeball and think, I'm getting as far away from that as possible.
All right. Stanish on the backside, they'll look for it. Yeah, deflected, though, by Love.
Great rotations there, right? Levy getting back to the end there and to take away that corner pass, regardless of what happened.
Timeout by Detroit, though.
Up 10.
Up 10.
Up 10.
And perfect start, at least in consideration of how it was in game one, for Rochester to still be in it this close.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about, hey, up 1 6 minutes in it. If you said you were down 1 9 minutes in, I think you still take
happy.
That. Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. They're making a much more concerted effort to continue to play with control, pass the ball around, get the players who are comfortable in those driving positions into those driving positions, and work out from there.
Yeah, and on the other end, I have to at least discredit Detroit a little bit. They're throwing away more possessions than I think we've seen all weekend at this point. And I mean, Rochester adjusting some of the defense there, but still, I would consider so many of those problems unforced errors. Just tossing the ball out of bounds or lobbing something over the top that just allows for an easy interception or turnover via the beaters.
Yeah, I mean, and if you're running away, high on the adrenaline from last night's big Game 3 win over Cleveland. You come out in Game 1 here thinking you're on top of the world. Maybe a little bit of that adrenaline wears off.
Yeah.
Sort of the
Come
knocks
down to earth.
and the bumps you picked up start hurting a little bit more. And it really does help to see the ball go through the hoop to make that bruise ache a little bit less or anything like that, right?
Oh, yeah. The best pain relief is a good score. So
Not that we would know, Reed, right?
Not that we would know. Yeah, never. Yeah. But it's definitely something I think both teams, you got to score to win. Minimum of 6 goals. I guess minimum of 3.
Minimum of 3.
Yeah.
You got to score a minimum of 60 points.
Yeah, correct. So you got to put points on the board. No better way to do that than in some of the hands of these electric shooters. Levy, one to name, and on cue, puts it through the top hoop.
You think they drew that up in the timeout?
I think drew it up in the timeout. I'm telling you, I had it pictured already.
Yeah.
All right, though, Stanish going the other way. Everybody falling asleep, does not find the hoop. Yeah, no, they're calling no good.
I mean,
very clearly.
We have a good angle here. It was not through. But I like the idea. I like the transition. Detroit has elected to slow this game down. If you're Rochester, I mean, I know you have a shallow bench this weekend.
Yep.
But when you have those opportunities to push the pace, that's really what you want to do, right? Eliminate the Detroit momentum.
And honestly, it's just one person running down. Yes, it's the length of the field, but once again, you score that ball, and all of that energy pours right back in. Shot over the top, no good. Covered by the beating of Gilkowski. Going to be launched off pitch in an effort to save the possession by Madeline as they're going back to hoops. Rochester back with the ball. Kiefer bringing it up, and they have dodgeball control. Palpour going to stay in. It's going to be Fordham subbing in for Gilkowski. And Ojo getting another shift. Now, Palpour clearing the way. Pressure by Brodeur. Fordham stepping forward. The pass, though, at the same time. Decent timing because Fordham is able to maintain that control. Palpour is going to come back, and they're going to stay with dodgeball control. I just want to see a little more movement by Kiefer with his feet.
Absolutely.
The dodgeballs got cleared, and there was about 10 yards of room and 11 yards to the hoops. You take everything you can get and then dish.
Yeah, if you had to look up my most said phrases in any point, and any coach's most said phrases, I think take your space or some variant of it is screamed louder and more often than almost anything else. It's so important against these zones to force players to respect you.
Yeah, after they take their space, the next call is two hands for the pass option on the other side. So no surprise there. Detroit, though, losing possession again. However, Shu tossing a dodgeball back, coming from behind. Stanish able to get the ball up. Markland intercepting, but ahead of the hoops. Everybody is. Ojo getting knocked out, but now it's Kiefer driving through. Connection on the contact, but you do not bring them down with one. You need multiple, and Kiefer drives through and scores again, tying this one. Keeping the deficit at one for Rochester.
Listen, it had to happen at some point, right?
Yeah.
Kiefer downtown, just straight, all gas, no brakes. All gas, no brakes. You gotta realize that you're gonna give up one or two of those at this point, right?
Yeah. It's just about making him beat you another way as many times as you can. You're going to have a few where you can't.
Yes.
So Madeline now with the shot. Kiefer's going to block that one too. Fordham trying to keep Shu off. Toss back, but it's going to remain the side of Detroit. Pass over to the top to Hopton. Hopton swim move. Finds the pick on Ojo. Shot no good. Kiefer gets beat. Ojo is going to retain this quad ball, though. Needs to spin out of the contact and can't. Madeline vice gripped on that quad ball and gets help from fellow beater.
And here's that Detroit transition game that got them so far ahead in game one.
Shu missing the beat, though. Doesn't matter. The feed down low into Margolis is able to convert. 2-goal lead now for Detroit.
And this is where we saw it open up in game one. A big push from that sort of 9 to 16 minute mark by Detroit to really
look
open
at Shu behind the play. Ojo with a one-handed catch. Stop. Settles down. Sees Shu now, finally. Although 2 offensive quad ball players for Rochester make that one eligible now. Stanish just now coming back into play. Fordham has to hold off Shu, but there's still one more. Jay Harnett in the play, shot no good. Perhaps saving the legs of Kiefer there. And, it was just the beater play of Detroit holding off on Rochester on the possession.
Hey, we saw that in game 2 yesterday, right? Kiefer throwing these long shots. Prevent Detroit from getting in transition. That's really it. Take your opportunities. Keep this within 1 or 2 goals.
Yep. Back to that Banis-Smiley duo for Detroit. Gilkowski and Fordham for Rochester. Madeline Deering on the close side. Could be another feed option. Deering, though, opting for the shot and getting it. I think the defense respecting Margolis once again on the far side, sinking towards that medium-sized hoop, and it opened up Deering on the top side. And now a timeout from Rochester. Both timeouts getting used here. Both, needed, in my opinion, because Detroit not quite getting the start they were looking for. This time, Rochester falling a bit further behind than they're comfortable.
Yeah, you're down 3. That's when you take the timeout. You have a shorter bench. You've had now 2 full minutes of rest where no gameplay is going on here. I think if you're Rochester, this is where you rotate into maybe what's left of your best line plus some other players to really give yourself the best opportunity to keep it up. We're at about 15 minutes.
Yep.
You have a 5-minute shift before flag runner on pitch where you dominated in the quad ball game, frankly, beforehand. I'm very curious to see if that's the option. I think you just got to keep it until that 20-minute mark, right? I think you stay attached, right? You don't let go of the thread. If you let this Detroit team get out on you and get 5-6 goals up, then it becomes a little bit harder to really envision the comeback in your players' minds, and that's when things start messing up. That's when things start slipping.
Yeah, it's desperation that breeds inefficiency on that side. And honestly, I felt more of that from Detroit in this first bit of regulation here in Game 2 than I did from Rochester. It's just Rochester playing a lot better with their beaters, keeping control a lot more. It was like maybe 75+% control on the side of Detroit in Game 1. This time, Rochester evening it out much more consistently for themselves in Game 2. That's why we see a closer score here, in my opinion. It's just Detroit not as comfortable in the half pitch against those two dodgeballs. Man, won a game maybe.
Hey, you've got a quota on all the words, right? That's it. It's not a total words quota, right? It's each individual word.
Yes, true.
Yeah.
That'll come out. It'll be fined. I've already seen the paperwork, but it'll go to a good cause. Now, heading back into gameplay, Detroit does have dodgeball control, and it's going to be a back contact. Markland going to be going to the box here.
I don't think so. I think it's an over and back situation. I think it was a great – we're about to see what happens.
No, you're right. You're 100% right.
And that's not what you want if you're Rochester. You called the timeout. You were set up. This result is exactly
and
what you
look where the
want.
dodgeball is. Fordham on the exact opposite side of the pitch. Got to pin the ball arm here. Not even a chance.
No.
Markland's so confident and so quick out of the break.
Really taking advantage of the situation here. We've seen a lot of that this weekend in the North Division, right? Chicago coming out with that high press to really affect Toronto.
I mean, Shu and Brodeur being the first ones to do it, in my opinion. But it's in the beater play they were pressing so high.
Absolutely. Really heads-up play. It's really fun to see teams really understand the value of these little moments where you can hang around against a tired team.
Fordham trading. Banis going down. The shot there. Stonish going through. The defense of the Detroit Innovators. And the dodgeball coming back as well. Banis is going to pressure. They have an opportunity. Deering sees it. Nobody else does. The shot no good. The pressure from Gilkowski to get the shot off early. Madeline does finish, however.
We're going to see if this beat happened, if this beat grazed. Regardless of what happened there, Jack Levy, great in the half court. I don't think you want to be taking those little push shots on the run in the transition game.
No, absolutely not.
Goal is good.
Oh, you're right. It is Levy, not Deering. Thank you.
Yep. I want Deering in transition, right?
Deering looks great in transition.
Yeah.
You're right.
Levy coming in a little bit beat up too. That when you see that most is in those transition moments, right?
I think you're right. Yeah. All right, Rochester now. They got to get some momentum back here. Down 4.
A little bit of letting that rope go right now, right? We need to reel it back in.
Palpour checking in at beater with Gilkowski. Maybe a bit more of a chaotic anticipation. Banis getting stripped there. Now, Kiefer gets clipped just barely on the offensive end. But honestly, in my opinion, you came out fine. You got the dodgeball control. You have to keep it.
Rochester has been so good at holding on to this dodgeball control throughout this series in particular. A kind of a critical mistake by Banis there to let the Wolves steal the ball.
Smiley, the free beater, looking to pressure alongside Banis. Butler on the close side with the quad ball back to the middle of the field. Levy able to maintain control, somehow finds the shot, just lulling the defense into a false sense of security with a dribble off the ground to get it back into his hands, and the clean shot through. I mean, just so crafty.
Yeah, I mean, not how you drew it up.
No.
But how you thought about it.
Oh, my goodness. And Stanish gets beat from behind. Banis coming back. I think this Detroit team has beaten more teams from mid-pitch towards their hoops than any other team this weekend, and it's not even close.
I was going to say, Banis doing their best shoe impression.
Yes,
there, high up the field, coming in with a surprise angle. Really, really great, innovative way.
Levy with what might be the first miss of the day for him. Outside of the transition goal, at least in the stood, set feet.
Offense, yeah. Hey, listen, I mean, Levy, 10 yards further than you've been all day, right?
Yep.
You got to know your lane. Some of the best mid-range shooters in the world never became three-point shooters, right?
Yeah, it's true.
Get to your spot on the floor and hit those shots.
All right, pass across the middle. Levy unable to control it. Wilson getting a shot opportunity. It's back to Kiefer. Kiefer driving through. There's the pass we were looking for. Hopton wheels it through, an awkward release, but nonetheless good.
What a catch.
Yeah,
on
big.
the run.
Yeah.
Hand out front.
It's always a weird one with a leaping catch one-handed through the armpit almost.
Yeah. That's the kind of stuff you see wide receivers practicing.
Oh, a little fade.
Right?
Yeah, a little fade option. True.
Yeah. Never see them do it with a broom between their legs.
Yeah. Well, we do it different. We're built different here at the MLQ, but so is Levy. Quick catch, quick shot.
I think Levy might have heard us earlier there.
Get to your spot.
That's where you got to be.
All right, Markland coming in now.
So,
yep.
30 seconds to go till secret floor. Your biggest thing here if you're Rochester is you want to get an opportunity to get control back and maybe get a goal, but you do not want to give Detroit the opportunity to go the other way.
Oh, Kiefer baiting the beat there. Hopton driving through, one cut, swims through, good transition on the ball. Wow, Love snagging it out of the air completely forward. Maintaining possession. A bit of a collision, though. Butler going to the ground, but
we
wow.
see two back-to-back snags, right?
Yeah.
One from Hopton, one from Love there. Absolute just.
Yeah, coordinated.
Check him for stick him.
Yeah,
right? Yeah,
right? That's so true. It is crazy. Just shaking up a little bit, it appears. Nothing too serious. Just one or two more possessions, you have to think, left in this regulation.
I think maybe one. Unless Detroit decides to just rip a full court shot from here, I think we're looking at one possession.
The problem is I've seen it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if any team this weekend, it's probably Detroit. In this situation, though, you're Detroit. You have control already. If you can get a goal out of this, great. If not, it's okay.
Yeah. No dodgeballs back. Okay, never mind one, and it's Fordham Markland. Taking the shot, no good. Butler tossing it to the middle of the field. And that is going to be intermission. 20 minutes have elapsed, and it's a 5-goal lead here for Detroit. Heading into the end game, a lot closer than it was game one. Same thing as what happened against Minneapolis for Rochester, a closer game too, but
it's still a little bit not out of Rochester's hands.
No, of course not.
Definitely slipping a little bit towards that way. I think if anything, you want this flag runner period to go a bit long. You saw so much success in that flag runner on pitch period beforehand.
Two unanswered goals to start the game, or to start the end of regulation in the game one. And if they can get the flag catch, that's an only even game.
That's
at that
it.
point.
Yeah, Detroit did not score until that flag runner was off the field, and the flag runner was on the field for a good amount of time.
Yeah.
I honestly think that if you're Rochester here, you just recognize that that's the case. You slow the game down. You score when you can. You realize that they are probably not going to find a catch quickly at all, if at all.
Yeah.
And you work to play your way back into this game with little increments. You can't get it all back at once, right? We're outside that 30-point window where you could get it all back at once.
Yeah, and the adjustments decent so far.
Yeah.
I think they started well. It is tough as the shorter team, not stature-wise, but in depth, to last in some of these longer games. If your win condition is extending this game and you have 7 or 8 less people than your opponent, it is going to be tough.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the nice thing about this, though, is that, like, if you hold on to that ball, you can dictate the pace of the game.
Yeah,
right?
you can
buy yourself a little bit of time. We have seen the beaters of Detroit play almost exclusively around the flag runner this whole weekend.
Yep.
I'm very curious to see if they recognize the inefficiency and sort of try to bring them back in. Because in that first game, Detroit really found success in the transition opportunities.
Yep.
And it's really hard to fabricate those without the beaters back if the other team is keeping their beaters in the game.
All right, so we're gonna get our answer here pretty soon as to what Detroit is going to be looking to do. Different seekers starting here for both teams. Ojo on the side of Rochester, Banis on the side of Detroit. I think Banis was their only catch.
Banis was the one who got their only catch.
Yep. And Rochester starting with the ball. Dodgeball's in the hands of Detroit. Fordham and Gilkowski are going to have to wrest control away from the Innovators with the help of Ojo. Hopton from right to left. Kiefer on the right side. Doesn't need him, though. Hopton's so fluid, switching hands, keeping that ball away from the defenders, using a swim move, and then quickly getting that ball out as well.
Yeah, Hopton really taking the hop in their name, though, with those little jump steps,
so
too,
true.
to really open up opportunities.
Now we get the chaos of the frop. Dodgeball's hitting the ground constantly, and less opportunities for those defensive stops with the dodgeball. It tends to be a little more physical in the quad ball game, and those missed shots you want back because that's sometimes as easy as it gets.
I mean, great offensive idea by Detroit to move the ball around to the back corner.
Ooh, the shot's good, but it's beat before.
Listen, though, if you're Detroit, you don't want to be giving up those looks.
No.
I mean, not that that's a great look. It's a great shot. But you still don't want to have someone think that they can watch the ball go through the hoop from that angle.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my goodness. Ryan Shue going crazy. Offensively, though, Detroit not delivering in the same vein. They've got the dodgeball control. Tons of time here for Banis. Stop me if you've heard it before. Detroit just locking down any contest. Shue? Okay. Winning trade. Rochester, quad ball on the close side.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a pretty distinct lack of beater-seeker connection
Thank you.
between this Rochester team.
Yep.
We're seeing a lot of the seekers standing around waiting for the beaters to come to them. And by the beaters, I mean Shue and Brodeur of Detroit to attack the Rochester beater or Rochester seeker. The Rochester seeker needs to realize that one of their resources is in fact getting beat.
Yes.
Right? It gets the ball out of one of their hands and it leads to potential opportunities for your beaters to wrest control.
What you cannot do is swat that dodgeball, which is why Ojo is in the box here for the illegal swat. Nice dish there on the offensive end for Detroit. The drought of the flag runner on pitch now broken.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, now you're tied up in your flag runner on pitch goals. You've still got a lot of work to get your stats back to positive in this series in that regards.
But 5 more for your bid.
Just got to start it. Yep, that's the one that matters, right? That ticket is all that matters here. They don't ask how, they ask how many, and there's one bid on the line here.
Hopton driving forward. Stonish coming away with the ball, though? No. Called beat before. I think Hopton with a great drive in. It was Stonish that was going to be setting the pick. Beautiful, but Shue is just ever present. Detroit driving on offense. Fleahy in the game. Turned over, though. It's Hopton going the other way, and nobody sees him. Hopton's going to get one at least. Back on the board. Still need a catch, though.
And Rochester pulling within 4 here. If I'm Rochester right now, I maybe take 30 seconds, put all of my advantage towards the flag runner game.
Yep.
Try to. I mean, if you catch and you're down 1, that's a huge, huge difference right here.
I think the nail in the coffin is a Detroit catch, but when you have some of that deficit, you need to trust it in your moments. Palpour checking into the game as the seeker here for Rochester.
Yeah, it's most natural position by far, and frankly, one of the best in the world situational awareness.
You hit the nail on the head as Flahy is going to be able to put the ball through. Rochester valuing that seeker game much more in these next couple possessions at the bare minimum. They just need dodgeball control. Shu able to get the deflection.
Palpour getting a look out of it, though.
All right. Stanish getting stripped from behind. Might be a call for back contact, though, as Stanish got around the defender first.
Yeah.
Oh, net contact. I see.
I mean, regardless, I'm a big proponent of if you beat someone around the corner, that doesn't give them the right to hit you from behind.
Yep.
A lot of people will disagree with me in this situation, but I think it's definitely rewards the offensive player for being able to get by a point defender.
Yeah, and that's where you really want to see that breakdown in the stance. Mm-hmm. Keep in front of them. Use that shove, almost an offensive lineman type move, until you can find yourself back in front.
Yeah.
All right, going the other way. No dodgeballs on defense. Madeline driving through, getting escorted on the way. Drops it through the top hoop. Ojo trying to strike back quickly. Wilson setting the pick. Shu, though, on the defensive end, stopping him. Detroit now with a lot of momentum. 130, now make it 140 after a great pass, and Flahy is on fire.
And we talked about Detroit's flag runner on pitch issues in the quad ball game. They are being mitigated by this transition offense they are allowed to play.
It's dominant beater play, just as they miss the beat and lose control as well. Ojo around one defender, floating it over the rest of them, honestly, but unfortunately, Rochester wideout trees in the graphics, but not on stature, cannot reach something quite that high. It's going to be a turnover, and Detroit only needs 2 more goals here. And we haven't said a lot about Love this game yet after such a dominant performance first. Now coming in, this is their sweet spot, honestly. Able to avoid the contact. One more, another shot, and it's beautiful. I mean, are you kidding me? 2 incredibly quick moves. That left foot planted and just gone.
Big steps there, right? I mean, you're getting the defender looking the other way, and then you come back.
Ojo now trying to replicate something on the offensive end as well. Does find the open player. Stanish is able to put that one through. 80 to 150. If Detroit scores here, they have the final bid in the North Division going to the MLQ championship.
Yeah, and you've got to commit all your resources here to this quad ball game if you are Detroit.
And I think they will. They agree with you here. Smiley driving in, clearing the lane. The pass, the shot, it's good. Detroit officially securing their win on the back of Margolis with the final goal to end Game 2 and take their bid to MLQ championships.
Yeah, a huge, huge win for the program. Did not make the trip to MLQ championships last year. They are back for the first time in 2 years, and they do it on the back of this young Michigan core, whether it's Margulis, Shu, Brodeur, Levy. a big, big step for the Detroit Innovators on their path to rebuilding to become a high-caliber team.
Yeah, really awesome to see. We got to see an evolution of this team throughout the entire weekend. They got tested so greatly by that Cleveland squad that is, in my opinion, so underrated. Because they came out with so much intensity and so much energy, both of those teams adjusting on the fly. This time, I think, honestly, that kind of series propelled Detroit into a Rochester team that wasn't that Rochester was favored against the Detroit team that we saw coming in, but not so once they really found themselves after that Cleveland series.
Yeah, and a short-rostered Rochester continued to fight, continued to put up, made great adjustments to start this game, but at some point, 21 players matter in MLQ. I don't know how many times we can say this. Yeah. You have to be able to play at least 3 lines deep. They don't have to be 3 lines of all-stars, but you cannot have a line that is going to give up 4 or 5 goals for you and get back none of them. In this case, this Rochester team, it's not that there was a line giving up 4 or 5 goals. It was that you had to play back and forth between 1.5 lines all weekend.
An impossible task. Still in moments finding those opportunities. Had a really good run against Minneapolis in the game 2 there. A much better game against Detroit here in game 2 as well. But too little, too late. Whenever they turn it on, it's just tough to hang in with a team or with teams as deep as we have here.
Absolutely. These are some of the best teams in the world right here. It is a great consolidation of talent. We talk about all of these programs that all of these teams come from. That's because you're taking the best players from all around the area and trying to put them together to work. And this Detroit team did that, and they've continued to rebuild. They're missing a huge piece in Julian Toyarkov, who was so instrumental in that Michigan Final Four run. May be back for championships. I don't know. But if you're adding Toyarkov into this team can make some noise in those quarterfinal bid-earning brackets.
Yeah, it's it is always a question whenever it comes to injuries heading into postseason. How healthy are you? How hard or how much are you peaking at the right time? And we still have 2 weeks to go until that weekend, but it's coming up so much faster than it always seems. So congratulations once again to the Detroit Innovators for securing their bid. And one more time, Chicago Prowl taking the North Division Championship for themselves for the first time in essentially 3 years.
Yes. Our four representatives from the North Division will be the Chicago Prowl and the Toronto Raiders, both already earning spots in the quarterfinals.
Yep.
Chicago will choose between the San Antonio Soldados, who finished second in the South Division, and the Washington Admirals, who finished second in the East Division. The team they do not choose will face Toronto in the quarterfinals. Coming out on the other side of the bracket and sort of having to fight into those quarterfinals will be the Minneapolis Monarchs and the Detroit Innovators.
Yeah, really exciting stuff. The format will all be available to you online at MLQuidditch.com.
MLQuadball.com.
Quadball. Oh,
One last time.
I'm done. All right, I'll see you next time. We'll be in Des Moines, Iowa in just 2 weeks' time. Oh, God. My name is Reed Marchman. I'm joined by Nick Jablonski. Thank you to the broadcast crew. Thank you to everybody else helping put this on, all of the teams here in the North Division. We will see you in 2 weeks. I'm sorry. Bye.